that this is not. Yesterday didn't explode. This cemented yesterday. After Nick Bosa got hurt, we went, oh man, they're not going to be able to win games without Nick Bosa. And then they kept winning games. And they said, and we went, okay, well maybe, you make a big trade, you replace Nick Bosa, then Fred Warner goes down. And you go, well, you can't keep winning games like this. There's no chance. Well, and then they beat the Falcons, and the defense looked pretty dang good while they did it. And all of a sudden, you start talking yourself into, okay, if they go to Houston and play well, and then they go to New York and play well, and they get to the trade deadline at 8-2, all of a sudden, like, man,
all they got to do is put the coasters on, and they're in the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that would have made them 7-2.
Yeah.
So you get to 7-2, and it's like, man, now all of a sudden, God, do you owe it to these guys to make a big trade? Are you a big trade away from just being back? Yesterday squashed all of that to me. Yesterday deaded the big trade idea.
Yeah.
Yesterday showed they are not a Trey Hendrickson, a Max Crosby, pick a big name that's been in trade discussions. They're not that player away. I do think what got thrust firmly to the front of the table is that they need to make a couple of more minor trades just to bolster their depth.
Oh,
just to bring bodies in that are not practice squad scrap heap signings. I think you deal a late round pick in next year's draft, maybe a mid round pick in a couple of years, just to get a couple of capable players in, because you can still make the playoffs. You're still in a spot where, when are they, 5-3?
Mm-hmm.
You got to go 6-3 down the stretch to make the playoffs. Like, that's on the table.
Oh, yeah.
So to me, you owe it to guys like George Kittle, like Trent Williams, like Christian McCaffrey, to at least try to make the play. Even if you get smoked in the first round, at least you gave yourself a chance. If they do nothing, even if they don't, like I said, I'm not asking for a major trade. I'm asking for a couple of smaller pieces just to fill out some depth. If you can't even do that, it's like, why play the rest of the season?
Yeah, it's just so difficult, right? Because you're caught in the middle here, and it's a little bit like what the Kings have done, right? You got to a certain point, and you're looking at how is this going to shape out. Well, the 49ers are just, if you look at NBA standards, they're 40 games into the season, and what's missing and what's not, and what's working and what's not. I think, we talk about like the identity all the time. I think the coaching for this 49ers team has been off the hook good all year long until yesterday.
It was bad yesterday.
And, you go from a game where, they talked about it. They wanted to rush the ball 40 times a game before. And then you get to the next game and McCaffrey had 4 carries in the first half. They couldn't get the ball moving at all. Right. And so I always like to check and see how many quarterback hits there are, how many sacks. Like, the 49ers can't get to the quarterback at all. But while I was checking those numbers yesterday, I stumbled upon this like other weird thing that's happening with their team. And that's that their defense was on the field the entire game. Like, the entire game.
Like 46 minutes or something insane like that.
Well, it's so wild. And how I started to discover it? I'm like, man, Tatum Bethune had 14 tackles total. 4 solos, but 14 total. And then, wait, Malik Mustafa had 12. And, D. Winters had 11. And Upton Stout had 9 tackles. And I start, Ronaldo Green had 7. Curtis Robinson have 7.
Curtis Robinson played like 1 quarter.
I'm looking at this, and all of a sudden I'm like, that right there is so many tackles. And like, how did you have so many and the fact is you had so many tackles because you were on the field the whole time.
It's not good when you have a safety who's second on the team in tackles.
Yeah.
Like, that's not a great sign. No, man, they got smoked yesterday. It just in the scope of yesterday's game, Kyle Shanahan got his ass stuffed in a locker by DeMeco Ryans. Robert Saleh got his ass stuffed in a locker by Nick Caley. They just got worked.
Yeah.
They had, I went into Sunday's game. I said this on the Candlestick Chronicles podcast. I said, I have no feel for this game. I usually have some kind of feel for how I think a game is going to go. And this one, you could tell me anything and I'll buy it.
Yeah.
And I think that is how it felt Kyle Shanahan went into the game. It felt like he went, I don't know how this game is going to go. And then they went down 6-0. And it was like abandon the run, straight drop back game, against a really good pass rush. They're gonna do what I think every defense needs to do against the 49ers when Mac Jones is playing quarterback, and that is just get up near the line of scrimmage. Make him beat you over the top. And if he does, great. But those short throws, those little 3-4 yard throws are going to be 3 and 4 yard completions. There's not going to be the 3 yard crosser to Kendrick Bourne that goes for 28 yards.
No.
There's not going to be the check down to Christian McCaffrey that gets him 12 on a 3rd and 8. The Texans took away the easy answers, and Kyle Shanahan and Mac Jones had nothing for them. And okay, cool. You had the 35-yard drive before the half because of Brian Robinson's big return and a face mask. You had another touchdown drive in there. I think it was like a 12-play drive. Like, okay, salute. Got the run game going a little bit. But the amount of times yesterday, they go on their first drive, they run it with McCaffrey, penalty, incompletion, penalty on the defense, 13-yard Mac Jones scramble, penalty on Juwan Jennings for a face mask while he was blocking, and then pass, punt. Their next drive, 8-yard run by McCaffrey, pass, punt. Like, man, what? I'm with you, man. They got demolished from a coaching perspective yesterday.
Well, even like it seems so strange. Like, I'm going to point out a very small thing to me that just stood out in the first half. They scored the late touchdown, and now it's 16-6, and you don't go for 2.
Yeah,
I was like, what why would you not go for 2 and make it a 1-score game? Like, either way, it's going to be 2 scores. You might as well cut it to 1.
Sure.
Then right after that, they get the interception.
Brutal.
They're in field goal range, but Lenore doesn't go down. You're like, bro, look at the clock. Look up. What are you doing?
So I am 100% with you. I would have gone for 2 there, I think.
Yeah.
But I also understand the argument. It's the first half. You've just been awful the whole game, both sides of the ball. You're going to get the ball coming out of halftime. Take the point because you've finally gotten some momentum. If you get stopped on a 2-point conversion there, it's like, well, boy, that's deflate. So I get, okay, I don't, again, probably not the way I would approach it, but okay, I at least see.
Yeah, you can at least, okay.
Yeah.
I still was like, come on.
Yeah, I would have gone for 2 there.
So conservative.
Cut it to 8. The difference between 9 and 10 is very minimal. I'm with you. The Lenore one, that to me is just a product of, that's the first 49ers interception since week 11 of last year.
Yeah, it's so long.
Such a long time. And just not having, like, that's one of those like little coaching points that they just, I mean, I'm sure it gets coached up, late game, because they go through everything. Late game, you get an interception, get into opponent territory, you get into field goal range, you got to make sure. Sidelines yelling at him to get down. Just a bad play. It's not the reason they lost.
No, but that's what the whole day felt like. It felt like a
1,000%.
lot of little reasons why that's not the reason you lost. But when you accumulate all of those, that's not the reason you lost together. It's the reason you lost.
Yeah.
So, it's kind of the same thing with the Kings game last night. It wasn't one thing that caused it. The free throw thing was clear, like the disparity there. At the same time, whatever we talk about here, for those who just want to blame it only on the free throws. So the Lakers outscored the Kings, I think, by 29 points at the free throw line, right? The Kings outscored the Lakers by 30 points behind the arc.
Unbelievable.
From 3. So it made up the difference with the free throws. It did. The fact is, you didn't execute down the stretch.
Yep.
You made mistakes. They didn't. They hit their free throws and they beat you.
Yep.
And so that's why, like, when we talk about the free throw, the free throw shooting has to be talked about. It's so egregious. It has to be talked about. But there's also this other element that you just flat out lost the game.
Yes.
Like the end of story. So we can point to one thing and you can say, oh, well, if it wasn't for okay, you're right.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you had other opportunities to win. And I think with the 49ers, kind of felt like the same thing. Like they had other opportunities.
Yeah, if they go for 2 there and get the 2. And let's say they still get the interception, and Lenore goes down and they hit a field goal. It's 16-11.
Yep.
They punted coming out of the half. And maybe they call the game different, but that's a Shanahan problem.
Yeah.
If you're calling the game differently because it's a 9-point game versus a 5-point game, they go 3 and out and then give up a 94-yard touchdown drive.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden it's 23-11. And now you're still down a bunch of points. I get, you're right. There were so many other problems yesterday, and I think it just kind of exposed, like, man, coaching only gets you so far. At some point, there is a requisite level of talent. You need to get stops in the NFL. And the 49ers don't have it right now.
No.
Not to mention D. Winter's getting hurt during the game, Sam Okuwanu getting hurt during the game. And if you're like, oh, Sam Okuwanu, that shouldn't matter. He's a rotational defensive end. He's their number 1 defensive end right now.
Yeah.
That's how far down the depth chart they are.
Yeah, it's just brutal.
It's so bad.
And that's where, to answer your question, yeah, they do need to go out and get some players.
Mm-hmm.
They need to get some players to survive the season.
Yeah.
Because they got to
suit 11 guys up.
They got a long way to go here. Don't they have like 10 more weeks? Like something like that? It's crazy. So yeah, at a certain point, I guess they have 9 weeks of actual games.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they need help. And
Exactly.
that's the problem. I mean, watching Alfred Collins go into the blue tent and then have to come out and he's playing.
Yeah.
Like, hey, we don't have anybody else, bro.
Yeah, you gotta go.
Get on back out there. And who was it that got pancaked? Oh my!
A lot of people.
No, there was a defensive lineman that got hit by the fullback. Did you miss that play?
Probably.
Oh my goodness! I've never seen a defensive lineman standing in the hole get pancaked by a fullback.
Oof.
Stunning.
Tough.
Stunning play.
Yeah.
But that's where you're at when you're down to second and third guys and you're struggling.
Reality punched the 49ers in the face hard yesterday. And whether they regroup and get some wins down the stretch or not is ultimately going to determine their success this season. The Kings have not had a ton of success this season. They've played in 3 games. I'm going to read some numbers, some stats, some ideas, and we're going to talk about questions, comments, and concerns about those stats and ideas. We'll talk about that next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Hey, thank you guys. Appreciate you for sticking with us. Sorry for all the hiccups today. Nothing apparently that we could have done about it, but we tried to fix it on the fly. Shout out to our engineering team, and shout out to Jesse for confirming the StreamYard was back up and running.
Just kind of walked in, created his, hey, we're back.
Yeah,
and
that's all we needed.
Back.
So thank you guys for hanging up.
Also hit the thumbs up. Back to business. Hit the thumbs up, please.
Man, crepes sound good right now. Good call, Michael Fregren. It's always a tough thing, man. You're sitting there watching your team. You're like, okay, how far can we go with this team? And then you have to pull back. And you're like, oh, that's a good reality check.
Yeah, yesterday was about as bad as it gets.
What a chaotic day. Hello, Preston. Hello, Spencer. I saw you said hi earlier. What's going on, everybody?
Hey, John, I'm going to answer this for him. No.
Oh, yeah. No, John, no.
No.
Kyle texted me yesterday. I was like, no, the Falcons just suck.
I was like, we back? Dolphins back?
I mean, it was nice. They didn't get full screen like viewing yesterday. They were still in the multi-view, but we're not back or anything.
That's funny.
This is a good reason to hit the like button, Will.
But beat the Ravens on Thursday night with Lamar Jackson coming back. Maybe I'll start to think about some things. I don't know. Only get 17 games of this, so I'm going to make the most of it.
I agree with this, Jim. Losing undermanned team is just part of the Kings' lore. Yeah. Totally agree. I don't think we know this yet. I don't.
Yeah, that's what I was. You guys on the stream probably couldn't hear me, but that's what I was referring to earlier when I was talking about like the Kings. They'll be willing to stick it out because to me, I don't. If I thought Doug was doing a bad job, I would say so, but I don't know what he's supposed to do.
And I don't even know what this team is.
Yeah,
because again, they shot, what was it, 18 of 46 from 3 or whatever it was, 43?
18 of 43, yeah.
Right?
I have some numbers coming up on that.
Okay. Yeah, but tell me when that's going to happen again. 4 times all season?
Well, that's literally, well, you're
Okay.
walking right up to it.
Okay.
It is, yeah. I have some, basically the bit here is going to be, we have some numbers from a 3-game sample size. And is this real, not real, sustainable, good, bad?
Yeah. This is spot on. Oh, yeah. You're right, Scooter. They're not going to tank.
No, they're very, very clearly not. They might tank on accident.
The tank may come for them.
Right. We got about 10 seconds, and then we get back into the reel.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
All right, fun with small sample sizes on ESPN 1320 is brought to you by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much these days, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday on CBS and Paramount Plus all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Bonus for Paramount Plus here. One of my favorite things about having that app is that my favorite cartoons from when I was a kid are mostly on that app.
Oh,
buddy.
Which one is your favorite?
Buddy. Big Fairly Odd Parents guy.
Oh, okay.
Loved Fairly Odd Parents growing up. And
that's a big classic, right? That's top 3 for me.
I'll tell you what, nothing like whatever you're into, whether you like a little beverage, little something more natural, little nothing. Maybe
whatever your extracurricular is.
Maybe if you're whatever you do when you're like, you know what, I'm gonna sit on my couch, I'm vibing tonight.
Yeah.
Throwing on some Fairly Odd Parents. It's like a warm hug. Wands and wings, floaty, crowny things. It's the best.
I feel like anytime you throw on a show from your childhood, though, it's always just like, all right, I'm cool now.
You know what? Here's where I'm at on the nostalgia factor of like a lot of things are just kind of tough to deal with in life right now. My wife and I the other night threw on a 20-minute YouTube video of late 90s, early 2000s television commercials.
Oh,
had a great time. Oh, it was a blast.
I would know all of them.
Yes. Singing jingles that I have not sung in 20 years. Oh, dude, unreal. Such a fun time.
I'm a big Phineas and Ferb fan.
Totally.
Not from my childhood, but from my boys.
Right.
Yeah.
Phineas and Ferb is good TV.
Oh, it's great.
I've not locked in, but my wife's a big fan. Still knows the whole theme song.
Oh, yeah.
Anyways, shout out to Paramount Plus. That's a good ass app.
There we go.
And they got all your NFL games or your local NFL games. All right, Kings, Sacramento Kings. They've played 3 games. They're 1-2. I'm not surprised by the 1-2 start. If you had told me they went 1-2,
yeah,
through their first 3 games, I'd be like, all right, a little disappointing. You'd hope for 2-1. Phoenix, Utah, Lakers. You're hoping for 2-1, but 1-2, I'm not floored. I want to talk about some of these numbers through 3 games. And again, this is small sample sizes, but that's the point. Questions, comments, concerns with the various stats I'm about to read. The Kings, I have formatted this weird, so ignore the rundown if you're looking at it. The Kings are at 33 3-point attempts per game. That is 21st in the league. Their 3-point attempt rate is 35.6, so that's the percentage of their shots that are 3-pointers. That's 22nd in the league. Does that move you at all?
It's right where I thought they would be. I even thought they might be a little lower than that. And I think, again, it's small sample size season. So the fact that they had 43 attempts yesterday drove that number up. They were much lower than that. So you can just knock 3 off the top. And so they were probably at like 29.7 or something coming into the game. That would have put them probably lowest in the league. That's where I kind of thought they would be. But again, watching Dennis Schroeder shoot a lot more threes than I thought he would. Having him, he shot 9 threes last night. Getting Keon Ellis a little more involved, having Zach LaVine start the season averaging 31 points a game over the first 3 games, and all 3 games are 30 points or more.
Yeah.
Like those are things where you're like, okay, well, maybe they can have a few, maybe they can hit a few more threes than I thought. Again, Domantas Sabonis, I think he went 0 for 10 during the preseason, started the first game he played in, didn't hit a 3. Last night, he finally hit a 3. You're going to need some of these guys that aren't typical 3-point shooters to hit a shot. Poor Dylan Cardwell he had a 3-point attempt last night.
Oh God.
That was a bailout though. That wasn't cool at all.
Not Mark Jones said it. Not the guy you want. You're calling 911 at the end of the shot clock. Not the guy you want answering.
No, that just wasn't nice.
Yeah.
Like
that was it Malik that threw it to him?
I don't know who threw it to him.
Like, buddy, you got a hoist.
Like in the moment, it was like, what was that, man? You can't do that to a rookie, undrafted rookie who is known to not have an outside jumper at all.
Yeah, whoever it was walked up to him after, and very clearly, I thought it looked like the communication was, "Hey, my bad. Like, sorry to put you in that spot. No, that's not your shot."
Yeah.
Don't expect Dylan Cardwell to be part of the 3-point revolution in Sacramento. The number 33 a game is fine if they're going to hit them at the clip that they're hitting them, which is at 41.4%. Check this out. The Sacramento Kings are 3rd in the NBA, hitting 41.4% of their threes right now. They are 3rd in 3-point percentage allowed at 31%. They are top 3 in 3-point offense and defense from a percentage perspective.
Huh.
Not sustainable, I don't think, because Malik Monk is shooting out of his mind to start the year.
Yeah, he came into last night shooting like 69.4%.
Nice. 63.2% from 3.
Yeah.
Malik Monk is. And I think Zach LaVine is over 50%. So that's buoying the small sample size.
Yep.
But I do like the 3-point defense. I don't know if they'll stay there, giving up 30% from 3 all year, but that's better than starting out at like 48% from 3 or something insane like that.
Yeah, I mean, we all knew this was going to be a little bit of a rough start with Domas going out and then trying to settle back in after missing a week with, Russell Westbrook joining the team a couple of days before the season started. Again, I've already gone off on that enough. Like, if you were going to bring him in, let him get into shape. And then, of course, the Keegan Murray situation. So I think the fact that your 3-point defense and your 3-point percentage are good right now without Keegan, that's a quality sign. And again, it's an identity piece that they're trying for. I don't know how long this can last. And, what are we going to look at 20 games? Is it going to look the same? And then when you get Keegan back, is it going to look the same? Like, I need to see more before I make a huge amount of judgments here.
Kenny Caraway, D-Lo and KC coming up at noon, just texted me Dennis. And I hit him with the question mark response because I'm trying to figure out exactly what he's. Oh, he said Dennis Schroeder threw the Cardwell pass.
Oh, okay.
There we go. All right, salute. So it looked like I thought he was talking about Dennis Schroeder from the 3-point line. Career high 6 3-point attempts per game right now for Dennis Schroeder.
And he's shooting 33.3%.
33%.
Yeah, not great.
And that's what's going to be interesting to watch these numbers throughout the year. Again, all the 3-point stuff is going to be super skewed early in the season, but I am interested to see, does Dennis Schroeder keep hoisting 6 a game because teams are leaving him wide open, and he's just going to shoot 33%, and that's what it is, or I'm those are the things I'm circling, because if the Kings are going to figure out a way to right the ship and be competitive this year, I think it's going to come down to that. What does their 3-point percentage look like? And if they're shooting 33 a game, can they hit 39%?
Yeah.
And put themselves in a spot where, okay, you get this efficient offense, but you have enough 3-point shooting that teams actually have to defend it. Because right now I think a lot of teams are like, yeah, sure, you can shoot that. Like, yeah, go ahead.
I think right now nobody knows what they're facing when they go up against the Kings. It's kind of like frenetic and like all over the board. Like, I don't think anyone knows realistically what to expect. Because I don't know what to expect from one quarter to the next. I'll say this: they're playing hard. They're trying to play together. The assist numbers are not good. There's way too many one-on-one moments where this thing grinds to a halt, and you're like, can you please move the ball? Can you please not start the final 8 seconds with 14 seconds on the clock? Like, way too much one-on-one stuff. But also, like, what are you supposed to do when you have one-on-one players? Like, DeMar DeRozan is doing what DeMar DeRozan does. Like, I'm not going to sit here and like freak out. I mean, he's shooting the ball at a high clip. He's shooting 50% from the field, shooting 37.5% from three. Okay. Plus, he's averaging 6 assists a game. So it's not like it's only one-sided thing. I just think that there are way too many moments so far where the individual stands out way more than the team itself. And you're hoping that they just need more time in the pot. But also, I don't know that that's going to be the case. Yeah. That it's ever going to materialize.
Right. And that is where we were talking about Doug Christie a little bit earlier during one of the breaks. That's where it's like, man, at some point I get why he started the season the way he has from a rotation standpoint. It's a lot of players. It's a lot of mixing and matching. You're trying to make this 4-guard lineup with Sabonis thing work. There has to be some adjustment here, because it's really clear that, man, this isn't working. They're 21st in offensive rating, with Zach LaVine scoring 30 a game, 30 plus a game, and Dennis Schroeder, and you've got Russell Westbrook, and Malik Monk is shooting the heck out of the ball. Like, they should have a better offensive rating than that. So at what point do you kind of get a system in place where, hey, can we I'm going to take the pin out of the Sabonis thing from earlier. That's the other problem with this, is they've whatever you think about Domantas Sabonis as a number 1 or a number 2, the fact of the matter is the Kings are limiting him even more than wherever you think he's limited. At the very least, at the very, very least, Domantas Sabonis is a player that you can get the ball to at the elbow, free throw line extended, wherever, and run your offense through him. We saw the Kings have the most efficient offense of all time in 2022, 2023, when they were running things through Domantas Sabonis. Again, I believe there are shortcomings with his game. One of the things he is elite at is passing, rebounding, and just being able he's going to go get you 19 points. However, whether it's putbacks, whether it's bullying a smaller player, whatever it is, he's going to get you 19. Right now, he's just existing on the floor. There's no apparent effort to get him involved in a way that's going to maximize what he's actually good at.
Oh, yeah.
Like, what? Okay, yeah, he's not going to get you 25 a night. He's not going to be a player that you can lean on in a playing game to go carry you over the finish line. Like, I get totally. I'm with it. But, like, God, he's good at various things. Make sure you're getting him the ball in spots where he can be good at those things.
Yes.
Because right now he's just a guy. You could that outside of the rebounding, there's not like a noticeable difference between what Domantas Sabonis does for the Kings on the floor and what Drew Eubanks does for the Kings on the floor. That cannot be the case.
No, I'm with you.
I think that has, for me, again, not a Domantas Sabonis apologist by any means, but his lack of production this year has far more to do with how disjointed the Kings are on offense than it has to do with Sabonis being a little bit banged up with the hamstring or just not being aggressive enough or whatever it is. I think there's a massive offensive problem that shows itself through Sabonis having 4 assists in 2 games
Yeah.
and 20 points, 22 points, 4 assists in 67 minutes. Ugh.
Yeah, and again, if there's one critique I would make right now of Doug Christie, it's that most coaches start like when they don't know what they have, they cut their rotation back to like 8 players and then start filtering in other pieces slowly. For whatever reason, I mean, there are specific reasons, like Drew Eubanks starting game 1, and they've had 3 different starting lineups in 3 different games. Isaac Jones misses game 1, he starts game 2, he barely plays in game 3. Like, typically what a coach will do is he'll cut back his rotation to try to get that group to get it right first. And then you start adding in these little things to try to add some flavor to the mix, right? So that's one thing that I don't think they're doing. I think it's the same exact thing. If you look at their offensive structure, it should start with running the ball through Domas and then expand from there. And it's not. It's not. And part of the problem is you don't have enough reliable 3-point shooters that people will respect to give that spacing that Sabonis needs to operate. So I don't know how you fix these problems. But again, I would narrow the rotation. Playing 12 players in a game that's close to me is like, that's a lot. And I know you're trying to throw something at the wall and see if it sticks. Let's give Devin Carter a couple of minutes and see if he can do something defensively, whatever. But it's almost like if Dylan Cardwell is your choice, then choose Dylan Cardwell and stick with him.
Yep.
No one is going to be upset that you're not getting Drew Eubanks minutes, or you're not getting Dario Saric minutes, or you're not giving Isaac Jones minutes. If Dylan Cardwell is the guy, go ahead and let him be the guy. That's fine. Go ahead and develop it. You're going to run into problems 50 games from now when his 2-way contract runs out and you can't do anything but put him in the G League. But for right now, like, it does make sense. Like, hey, how about you go get him a rim runner that's like an advanced version? Again, it's tough because the structure of the team is like, if you're going to go bring in a almost 37-year-old Russ, and you got a 36-year-old here, and you got all of these 30 plus year old players, to make your head coach rely on a defensive minded big who's an undrafted free agent rookie on a 2-way contract, that's a little tough, because that's a position that clearly this team needed coming into the season that you did not address. And I get Maxime Reynaud may have a way higher ceiling, but that doesn't mean functionally that he's going to be a better player today. And so there are all of these pieces that we're still trying to sort through. And it's just a weird collection of players and a weird collection that the Doug Christie, again, he has to figure out on the fly. I think he's still trying to fix the plane in the air.
Yikes. Not great. Not great that we had a whole off season and we're still trying to fix a plane in the air. Man. Yeah, man. I just, there has to be some kind of, like you said, commitment to a closing lineup, a commitment to some kind of, like, the defensive effort is cool, but okay, now there needs to be some kind of cohesion offensively. And I'm trying to get to the sustainable version, and I'm going to use the word sustainable a lot. I'm trying to get to the sustainable version of the Kings that can win 41, 42 games this year. Like, can they get to that point? And through 3 games, there's nothing that I look at and go, oh yeah, there it is.
I'd
Outside
also
of, like I
say,
said, some defensive effort stuff, which has been good.
There also isn't anything that you look at that you say, oh, well, that can't work long term. You're kind of caught in the middle. You're waiting to you have to wait and see how it figures itself out.
Because if you pick one thing, if you pick, hey, you know what? The Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis 2-man game is going to be the crux of our offense. If you pick that button, you hit that button, you now need, okay, well, now we need to make sure there's shooters on the floor. Okay, so Keon Ellis is going to play a lot. Keegan Murray's going to play a lot. Russell Westbrook, probably not going to play as much. DeMar DeRozan, probably not going to play. Like, there's give and take no matter what direction you want to pick. There's going to be, and that's where we get back to the core of the Kings discussion that we've been having since, this time last year, of like, there's not really a way you can make these pieces fit together. And if you pick one way, you're leaving a bunch of pieces off the table.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about this more with D'Lo and Casey. The handoff coming up next right here on the Insiders, CSPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Your face is all good. Got him. Got him. Got him.
Got him.
Got him.
That weird disjointed morning we've had.
Yeah, but we did it. We made it.
Did it. Should took no time at all.
Jeez. The top 3 posts on the NFL Wire Network yesterday were all Cam Scottaboo related.
That was horrible.
That was just awful.
Hello.
How are you, man?
It's been a chaotic morning.
Yeah, I saw. I'm sorry. I was trying to help out on the other end, see what might be going on. But
Oh, I just unplugged. Hello, everyone. Yeah, I don't know what the Kings are. Like, I definitely think that there's a world in which Russell Westbrook and Malik Monk coexist, which I did not believe would be the case. But all of a sudden, I'm feeling that there is. Hmm.
And I have to talk about work stuff again with James and Damien. Those YouTube numbers Jesse sent over or no?
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Hey, dang right it is. Damian Barling's here. Kenny Carroll will be here shortly. It's time for the handoff. Every day at 11. Oh, hey, Reds hat. Let's go. Come on. Come on. Big Cincinnati Reds guys. Damian Barling, Kenny Carraway here for the handoff. We do this every day at about 11:45. Do you guys want to talk about free throws?
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's
It feels like the elephant in the room. I don't like talking about officiating, but at the same time, 46-18 at the free throw line's nuts.
Yeah, I don't know what to. It's not like the Kings didn't foul, like
Right,
they
and
did.
that's why I don't. Right,
I just don't know that they fouled 30 more times than the Lakers did. Like
so
they let a lot go, especially with Domas and Ayton. They let a lot go with the start of the game. Like I'm talking the start. I'm talking after tip-off. Austin Reeves and Dennis Schroeder are going at it after the tip-off. And they kind of just let it go, I guess, because it was the start of the game. But they got hands on each other coming up the floor. Like you could see like Austin Rivers like agitation. Austin Reeves, thank you. You could see Austin Reeves' agitation with Dennis Schroeder like out of the gate. And it feels like they
Well, yeah, that's the problem though. They didn't let it go.
They
let it go for one team.
That's what I was going to say. They let a lot go on one end and not the other.
So that's where my frustration is. Sorry, Kenny, but that's and I said this to James earlier. That's where my frustration is if you want to say, well, the Kings committed a bunch of fouls. They did. But my issue is if that exact same game happens last night, everything is exactly the same. Score, shots, fouls, all that. If the Lakers are wearing Atlanta Hawks jerseys, it might be 25-18. Like that might be the free throw discrepancy, not 46-18.
I used to always say when I was coaching high school, and I taught a physical brand of basketball. Like we're going to be physical, we're going to be handsy, all this other stuff. And I would tell the ref, you get a situation where we got 9 fouls to their 2. And I'd say, look, man, I'm not telling you we're not fouling. That's not what I'm saying.
Right. But
this game is physical. There's no way it's 9-2.
Yeah.
You know, it could be 9-7. It could be 9-5, whatever. This game is physical. They're getting physical right back with us, and that's cool. That's what we embrace. There's no way it's 9-2. Yeah. Like you gotta look a little different at this. And then you talk about that game last night. You guys know I'm never the one to complain about officials. I think they're incompetent a lot of the times, but that's not why you win or lose games, right? But so you talked about this a little bit earlier, James. So all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, Lakers started fouling miraculously.
Yeah.
Like they started playing differently and fouling, and the Kings didn't out of nowhere. Come on, man. It was the same game. It was a physical NBA game, and you're either going to let them go on both sides or you're going to call them on both sides. I'd much rather you probably let them go on both sides.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah,
I don't think
100%.
I've seen a player score 51 points on 22 shots.
Well, it's just it has like I want to separate the Kings from this because that's obviously where a lot of the frustration lies. But just removing the teams from this for a moment. Who wants to watch that? I
did not.
Who's getting dialed in to watch? And again, and we talked about this earlier, and sorry for repeating all this, but I don't mind because fouls are there for when player A beats player B and player B is trying to defend the shot, but he got beat and gets the guy on the arm while the guy's going for a layup. That's why you get fouls. You get free throws for that. Fouls are not designed for player gets into the lane, doesn't have a shot, and so he just throws his arms into the nearest arm that's outstretched, not trying to put a shot on the rim,
right?
Just trying to draw contact. That's not the game. That's not the sport. And again, I don't know how you legislate this out, but whistling that and rewarding that sucks. Regardless, that could have been, we could have been watching freaking Hornets Nets and I would have the exact same complaint. Like I just can't. The whistles and free throws for plays that are very clearly not basketball moves. That's what bothers me. And I saw a lot of that last night.
There were a lot of too. There's one. It was in the fourth quarter, and Doug, I think, had just challenged. Maybe it was Cardwell play. I can't remember, but it was late, and I think it was Dennis, and maybe it was Austin Reeves going in for something at the rim, and Dennis kind of puts his hand down and his chest up, and they call a foul, and it's like, oh, all right, no one's pitching too big of a fuss, but they're like pointing it out, and you look up at the screen. And the contact is so minimal. Yeah. It's like that was a foul call on a shot attempt.
If that's a foul, then every shot's a foul. Unless he's wide open.
Was it Dennis or was it Malik? Because Malik
might have been both.
Had him beat to the spot, but he's on the side, and then
he's on the side.
Boom! He hits him, and
okay, you're right. Okay, it was Malik.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I thought it was Dennis.
Well,
okay,
so that was unless it happened again. That was in the first half. I remember that.
There was one late.
No, there was the one I'm talking about was late. Like
we said, it was both.
The whistle on Cardwell late that they challenged and overturned.
Jesus, man,
that bothered me. Sorry to repeat all this, but that's Jared Vanderbilt. We're giving Jared Vanderbilt bailout calls, and not even close ones at that. Like not even you know what he did? He just brushed his arm on the way. I guess it's a foul. Like nobody touched him.
I'm not the conspiracy theorist as far as like, they favor the Warriors or they favor the Lakers or the Chiefs or anything like that. But we never have these discussions, like you said, about the Hornets. It's not like, man, the Hornets getting all the calls.
It's possible there are those discussions, but no one is listening.
Hornets Wizards last night. The Hornets put up like 140 last night.
On how many free throws?
I have no idea. But LaMelo and Con.
Well, Portland put up 139 on Golden State the other night.
Yikes.
But yeah, it's I think it's just pure incompetence by these refs.
Yeah.
The game in the same breath, I'll say it's a difficult game to call sometimes, but I think it becomes simpler when you don't look to reward non-basketball stuff. You know what I'm saying? When you fall for all the flopping and all this other stuff, that's incompetence. If you're like, look, we saw it the other day in the first game of the season with Phoenix, where Grayson Allen's going baseline. He's got nowhere to go. He's not shooting it. Cardwell kind of slides in his way in the air, and Grayson throws it on the side of the stanchion, and they give him the shot for it. Like, bro, he's not shooting
insane.
That. Why are you giving him that call?
Insane.
Yeah, he left his feet. He hit the back of the backboard.
Yeah, he hit the State Farm thing on the side of the stanchion. It's like,
they're like, well, I really tried to get a shot up there.
And like, I remember it, and they're like, well, Cardwell, maybe he jumped towards him. It's like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. I would so much rather be known as the ref that doesn't, like, when Kyle Madsen's ref in the game tonight, it's going to be a physical one.
Earn it.
Like, I'd so much rather be that ref.
That's the thing, though. Like, if you're calling a physical game, that's perfectly fine.
Right.
If you're calling a tight game, that's perfectly fine. It's just hard to believe you're calling a tight game on it results in a free throw discrepancy that great.
And it's
like this will be a discussion for 4 hours. The Sacramento Kings are awful.
Not a
god effing awful on the defensive end.
Yep.
But they're not dumb.
Right.
They're not a bunch of idiots out there. To where they can't guard without fouling like at all. And this team over here who's playing without their 2 best players. Oh, but they can. Now I get you got Marcus over there, and Marcus is he's a defensive first guy. He's probably one of the smartest guys in the league. Jared Vanderbilt, a defensive first. That's all fine. So they don't commit fouls.
That's what I'm saying. Marcus Smart is not physical.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Marcus Smart stays fouling.
Well, that and you have Keon Ellis foul out of the game in 14 minutes. Keon Ellis is an exceptional defender as well.
No.
But no, not. I just, to me, it was very strange. Yeah. I don't know. And again, Marcus Smart had 1 foul total.
Was it?
I think the Lakers had 1 foul total.
He had 1 foul. But saying all that, I made this point to Kyle earlier. all of that, I think they outscored the Kings by 29 points at the free throw line, and the Kings outscored the Lakers by 30 points behind the 3-point line. Like, it's only one aspect of the game, and you couldn't get past it. But, again, being there for post-game, someone said, like, DeMar DeRozan walked out of post-game. That's not the case. Like, he was just like, we're out of questions. Like, everyone asked the same question.
Wasn't that different than what Doug did? Like, Doug just sat there. Doug barely said anything. He praised Zach LaVine. He was clearly agitated because he was doing this. Like, the whole time you guys were talking, he was glaring at James Ham. He was glaring at everybody out there. He wanted to get the hell out of that room.
Yeah.
I do not think DeMar DeRozan was any different. Dennis Schroeder spoke last night. Those are 3 veterans of the league. They wanted to get out of that interview room before saying something that would get them in trouble.
Yeah.
Real quick, what I'll say about the 3-pointers and the foul thing, like you put out the numbers right there. The difference is you don't have to change the way you play because somebody's hitting 3-pointers on you. You don't have to get subbed out because somebody's hitting 3-pointers on you.
Right.
That does happen when you accumulate fouls.
Mhm.
You have to not be as aggressive on defense, or if Domas has 3 fouls in the first quarter, I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying he's got to sit for X amount of time.
Sure.
And that there's ripple effects to the foul situation.
Yeah, you can't even run the ball up the floor.
Right.
Like, everything is take the ball out of the hoop, go and
the whole time.
You're running a half-court offense every possession.
Yeah.
I still don't know how the Kings had 21 more shots than the Lakers last night. I mean, I guess
Lakers
mostly
weren't
because
shooting.
they're at the free throw line.
Yeah,
that's
they
true.
weren't shooting field goals.
That's crazy.
What a mess.
Oh,
I will say to shift gears away from the officiating of it all. You talk about the Kings running a half-court offense. What is their half-court offense? Because we're 3 games in. Because we're 3 games in, and I have no idea what.
What is their half-court offense? It is bad.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay, great.
I don't think it's bad.
Yes, it is.
I don't
It's
I've
bad.
not had an enjoyable time watching it.
It is not good.
Zach LaVine is fun to watch.
And
Say that.
so, either Domas is pouting, or they've just changed their whole approach to how they're working on the offensive end.
Both.
Because he's not finding anybody. Like,
There's-
no one. Like, there's no, touch the paint, kick it out. Like, none of that is happening. And they hit 3s yesterday, and none of those came from Domas. They came from Russ. They came from Malik.
Schroeder,
They
12
came
assists.
from Dennis. Yeah.
Yeah.
None of those came from Domas. And it's like, is that Domas? Is that Doug? Like, what are we looking at right here? They're not
No
doing
idea.
on either end of the floor. They're not doing anything they told us they were doing in training camp.
Yeah, even like the pick and roll game is non-existent. I remember early.
I take
in the
that back.
game-
I'm sorry. I'm going to take that back because I keep thinking about Doug saying paint touches and out. If we can't get what we want, we're going paint touches out. Those paint touches are coming from Russ, Dennis, and Malik. They're coming from the guards. They're not coming from Domas. Of course, It's only 2 games for Domas, but still.
There was a moment early in the game where Malik and Domas were in the 2-man game in the pick and roll, and I thought Domas just cleared out the entirety of the Lakers, and Malik was able to get a wide open look. But it was like, where is it all the time? Like there is no LaVine and Domantas Sabonis 2-man game yet. And I think a lot of it is that you're throwing in pieces right at the last second. Again, Sabonis misses a bunch of time. All of a sudden, Russ shows up out of nowhere, which changes the whole dynamic of the team. And I asked Zach about this last night. I mean, look at this game. I mean, 32 points for LaVine on 12 of 24. You got DeRozan with 21, but 6 and 3. You got 18 points out of Schroeder. You got 15 out of Monk off the bench, 18 out of Russ off the bench. You should win that game.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's you look at those numbers, and I was like, do you feel like you're close? And it's like, yeah, we feel like we're close. But at the same time, there is no pecking order at all to this team, and there are no defined roles. So until they figure that out and they start slotting into specific, like there are going to be variants in a game. One guy gets hot, you sort of go towards that. But outside of Zach LaVine getting the bulk of the shots or more shots than everybody else, that's the only pecking order that I've seen so far. I don't see any other like clear path that this is what you're doing tonight. And to me, that's one of the most alarming things because I mean, Dennis Schroeder's averaging almost 16 shot attempts per game.
And I will say this, not to completely
third most on the team, by the way, for Schroeder.
not to completely stall them out or anything else like that, but it's the third game of the season.
Yeah, it's early.
Totally,
Like I
totally,
don't know
totally.
if they should have everything figured out with a new coach, with some new players, new point guard. Game 3.
I completely agree with you, and we talked all day, like small sample size. I also don't know, like the issue for me is I don't know what they're working towards. I don't know what it's like. Oh man, they're clearly trying to get the 2-man game with Zach and Domas working. Like that's going to be the offense. They're going to, okay, I see what they're, it's like, all right, Zach LaVine's going to score 30. Great. He'll get his 30 in spread out over the 4 quarters. However, Dennis Schroeder is going to get you 15 to 18 and he's going to score those kind of throughout and whenever. DeMar DeRozan's going to have his 15 to 20. And that's just like in what flow, in what scheme, and what I don't know what they're trying to do outside of here. You guys are all good at scoring the basketball. You guys just go score however you can. I don't think that's sustainable for winning games.
Well, go ahead.
I was gonna say I also think they're playing too many guys.
Agreed.
Like it should be about it should start 8-9 guys every game. Some of that's due to injury, illness, all this other stuff. So that plays a role into it as well. But play your best players. Like last night, Keon shouldn't have been in the game at the end of the game. That should have been Malik Monk's minutes. And I guess he was like, hey, we got to get a more of a defensive lineup out there or whatever. Malik Monk was perfectly fine. He should have been out there closing the game. And that should have been a no-brainer. You talk about defined roles. All right, Monk, in these situations, especially with Keegan out, it's your time to get out there, finish the game like you did on Friday night. And I don't know why one game, Malik is finishing. The next game, Keon, he just couldn't get in a groove yesterday. Maybe it was due to the foul trouble and everything else like that, but he couldn't get in the groove. That wasn't the time to go back to him, in my opinion.
He was good early. He was good. I mean, he had 5 points right off the bat the first time he came in. But again, that's what it feels like.
Who?
Keon.
Oh, Keon started.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Right
up at the start of the game.
At the start of the game, it is like, oh, this could be a Keon. But then he picked up fouls, like boom, boom, boom. And you're like, oh, well, there goes that game. So I think he scored one more point the rest of the way, and it was on he went 1 of 2 at the line.
No.
Yeah. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that off the record.
Famous 1 of 2 at the line. It's good to be right.
Oh no.
Tough beat for our guy, James.
You don't even want to know.
No.
I'll show you guys later.
Here's an interesting thing from last night. Small sample size, but I think this is interesting, and it goes to the Domantas Sabonis conversation and the what is the Kings offense conversation. Here are some players who had a higher usage rate. Estimate of the percentage of teams' plays that go through that player while they're on the floor. Keon Ellis, 14.7%. Dario Saric, 17.2%. Devin Carter, 14% in 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Domas, 13.7% in 30 minutes.
Yeah, he's not part of the flow of the game.
If he's not your focal point offensively or your hub offensively, what are we doing here?
Before we answer that, let us know what's going on here.
Oh, I'll tell you exactly what's going on here. You're listening.
I saw the buzzer. I saw
to
the
KIFM. No, I appreciate you.
I'm
I'm wide open in the corner. I'm going to knock this down. You're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento. Please, sir, I'm doing something. ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. Route it around and we're good. Saw the contest.
Hit the more.
Yeah,
unlike some people.
Oh, that's tough.
The good news is, though, out of the 2 minutes and 45 seconds we saw from Devin Carter, we know we never need to see it again. Ever.
You mean the headband?
Never anything.
My guys.
I don't care about his head. I actually feel bad for him. I was looking up something. He looked like he had a full head of hair in college. Like whatever hit this young man, hit quick.
That's how it goes.
Hit.
You wouldn't know.
Quick. Well, mine's more of a slow burn. But regardless, we never need to see Devin Carter on the floor again. Ever. He steps on the court and fouls immediately.
Gets a steal.
With his team in the ball. This is great.
Multiple times.
This is terrific.
And then gets a steal charges down the floor.
Oh,
Bam! Offensive foul.
That's the
Oh
most
my
predictable
God.
open floor move you can do. Yes, we knew, Devin, you were going to try the Euro and go to the left. Austin Reeves knew that. That's why he was standing right there after you Euro to take the charge.
never try to grift a grifter.
hey, he grabbed that still. I was like, oh wow, that's a good read. Like, wow, jumped to passing lane. Nice shot. No, hey, no, oh God. Oh, Devin.
You got
My
no
bald
bounce,
brother.
No wiggle. Nothing. Oh, Lord, I didn't even see how it went down. I just saw what it could have been. Good Lord, James.
No, hold on. No,
Oh, are we looking at it? It's good to be right.
We're passing the.
man.
Oh!
Oh,
Hey,
In the
I'm
history,
done.
in the history
I'd
of,
be done.
I would tell Keon to go straight to hell.
in the,
Oh my God!
there very seldom do you see a bad beat like that one last night.
Hey, call Scott Van Pelt. That one's going on Sports Center.
oh,
Woo, hammer.
When he was heading to the line, I looked at Scott to Sean Cunningham. I'm like, he's gonna miss one or two, and I'm gonna lose this by
let
1
me
point.
let me lay this out just real quick. James had a more on Keon Ellis.
Yes, he did.
Keon Ellis. It was 5.5. Was the number?
6.5.
6.5 was the number. So he went to the line with 5 points. He's shooting 2.
He misses the first, and but I told Sean he's gonna miss 1 or 2, and I'm gonna lose on this. Then he has the back-to-back 3-point attempts from the corner.
Wide open.
Clank, clank. Yeah.
No, I'd
Hey,
be done.
I would never
I'd be
forgive
done.
Keon Ellis.
I was not
would be
one.
done.
I was
where
not even gonna play, and our friend Matt George sits down. He's like, "Oh, I think I'm gonna play." I'm like, "All right, I might as well." I'm like, "Don't. Okay, whatever." Just
Promo
kind of
code
put it
KIFL.
aside.
Just for those curious,
Oh.
it was not a $5 win.
It was not.
It was
It was
not.
not a $5 win.
No,
Oh,
no.
It was more figures than that.
there's a comma involved.
There is a comma involved.
That is-
Oh, comma ham over here.
Oh,
Sick.
That one's so
That
bad.
is
That one's
sick.
That one's so bad that if I would like Keon doesn't go in my lineups anymore. Either that or I'm hammering.
That was so
Wes.
bad. I might be a Warriors fan now. That was awful.
Yeah.
That's one you're gonna remember for forever.
Oh,
You're gonna remember that forever. It's
I've
like,
had 3 of those. 3 where you're like, really,
Ugh.
really, Michael Porter Jr.
oh,
I had one, but it was never close like that.
Yeah.
it was never.
Yeah,
I
I
had one
didn't
where
have
he
no
got all
sense.
the way to the rim and threw it to the corner. All he needed was a half. Threw it to the corner.
Hey, look,
So
your first mistake was Michael Porter Jr. He connected.
It was
He connected. I wouldn't
during the
do
playoffs,
anything
I think.
with them Porters.
Well, now I know. Now I know. Now I know.
Michael Porter Jr. told us
Yes,
how to do
FBI.
it. He told us how to do it. We just kind of zoomed. Well, we didn't, but we just kind of zoomed past that in the summer. He was like, "Yeah, you just tell your homies, like, look, I'm not going to score a lot tonight. 10K on the
Hey,
under."
how many?
What?
How
He
many?
said that out loud.
How many players do you think were like, bro? Shh.
All of them. Most of them.
Because there's got
and a
like,
coach.
do we go ahead?
I've never seen a player go on a run like Michael Porter Jr. did with the microphone this offseason.
Unbelievable work.
Saying just nonsense all offseason.
He sat down with Brittany Renner.
He left a championship like environment. And when I'm playing for the Nets now, tight. Here we go. Just let it fly, man. Do we think?
Oh,
Hey,
man.
I don't want to spend a ton of time on this, but how many players do we think do that, but on like a lower scale?
a lot.
Like, so there aren't hundreds of thousands of dollars coming in on Terry Rozier unders, but I want to pick something. LaMelo Ball calls up his buddy and goes, "Hey, you need some cash?"
No, not LaMelo.
No, I know. I'm sorry. I tried to pick
it
a
has
random.
it has to be a smaller
PJ
PJ Washington.
McConnell.
Like sure, TJ McConnell.
Like, he just calls it and goes, "Hey man, you need some cash?" All right,
Hey
I got
guys,
you."
I'm going against Fox tonight. Take the more.
Hey, bet my overs.
All of them.
Like, you need some cash?
All of them.
Cool. Yeah. Put $100 on how many points? 15. All right. Yeah. Bet. You got 14. Like, I missed this free throw.
I think. Oh man, I think there's definitely a lot more in the league that do
Yeah.
like Terry Rozier, but I think it's a very small percentage.
Yeah.
Like in the totality of the NBA. I think it's a very small percentage.
I'd also say I think the bigger issue is that there are all these people out there that are hitting these guys about this stuff. And you don't even want those numbers in your head. You know what I'm saying? Like
Totally.
someone's like, one of your buddies calls, so hey, I'm looking at it's like 2.5 3-pointers, or what do you think? Like, what do you mean? What do I think? I don't know how many I'm gonna hit.
Yeah.
And you get a player in a game, he's like, oh man, I'm at 2, and then he's like, it's in the back of his head. Man,
I wouldn't want to know.
No.
I feel like you can't avoid knowing what the point spread is for a game. I feel like that's just so like it's on. If you check ESPN scores, the point spread is just on there.
Yeah, but I don't. I wonder if I do wonder how many people like of the I stay out of that stuff. Oh, I don't read this. I don't go here. I wonder how many of them like that's real, because I actually think the percentage of people that do that is really, really high. That don't go to like Twitter, that don't open apps, that just kind of like during their season at least don't read the clippings, don't search their name, don't obviously a lot do, but I think a far larger percentage don't.
Totally.
Because it could be.
That'd be me. I don't want to know.
Yeah,
right. I don't want to know what people
especially,
think about me.
Especially when you talk about like the mentions, like it.
Oh,
the mention. The way I would look at it is my mentions are just. I got so many mentions. Like I don't even.
You never look at them.
Yeah, I'll scroll my timeline, see what's going on, but I ain't going to the mentions for what.
Yeah. I don't look at the point spread, like unless we're discussing it, like or we're doing mad props. I never go and look at point spreads. Like even when I was at NBC, they're like, hey, pregame, you need to have the point spread in there. I'm like, okay. So there's one side I would go to, pull down the point spread and throw it in there. But that's it. Like I typically, I'm not someone who does that all the time. And I hope that players aren't doing it. I mean, I know Al Michaels is.
But to Kyle's point, it is like if you open an app, it's essentially unavoidable. No one can read that.
Yeah.
It's good. Almost.
Nope.
Almost.
Nope.
No.
Well, we tried. But it's right there. Cavaliers, Pistons, giant box underneath that says spread. Cleveland -2.5. Total money line. Oh, and then he can drop it down, and there's alternate lines just within the ESPN.
Yeah.
There's this funny thing.
Who's invested now in a betting company.
Oh, of course. There's this hilarious thing the Cavs do. They have, like, I guess it's on NBA TV and wherever the Cavs put their scores up, they have the differential in the game.
Yes.
It's moving the whole time. So if it's 102 to 100, it's like +2.
This?
It's on the little scoring chyron. Right above it, it says
on their broadcast
the plus differential. Like,
oh wow,
but not on betting.
I ever noticed that.
Not on betting, just on like, so people who can't do math, I guess, you have to figure. I mean, they don't have to do math. I guess they're like, oh, what is that? It's +13 differential. Like, oh, okay.
Can we talk about Sacramento legend Cam Scatterbo real quick?
Oh,
shout out to the homie.
Yeah,
shout out to the homie.
Hoping for a speedy recovery, back in full strength next season, etc.
Yeah.
I just had this come across the timeline from Jeff McClain, who covers the Eagles for something called Inquirer.com. Cam Scatterbo had a surprise visitor at Penn Presbyterian on Monday. Does anybody want to guess who visited Cam Scatterbo in the hospital after he dislocated his ankle against the Eagles?
Paul George?
No.
Is it worse?
Yes.
A lot worse.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, come on.
Not probably not as bad as you think. Not
okay.
It's a football person.
Oh. Okay. Now, yeah, definitely not what I was thinking. A football person. I don't know.
I'm gonna read this verbatim from Jeff McClain. Eagles do-it-all chief of security Dom DeSandro, who dropped off pizza and cheesesteaks for the Giants rookie while he was still at the Philly hospital after dislocating his ankle Sunday.
You know what? That is worse than what I was
thinking. Oh man, Big Dom he's something else. Look, he's capitalizing on his moment.
Boy has he.
He's capitalized. He gets on my nerves because I get frustrated with Philadelphia Eagles anything. But hey, man, hey, this is his moment. I'm gonna capitalize on this. As Biggie once said, ain't no guarantee they're gonna love you next year.
I've never seen a security guy like be a showboat like in this form.
I will not. Nah, I'm so put off by that.
Security people go noticed, but
me,
very much unnoticed.
Right. I need to make this clear. It's really cool that the Eagles employee went to the hospital, took him a cheesesteak, was like, hey, salute, like, dapped him up, hung out, did whatever. Like, that's awesome. That's a really kind, cool thing. Why does everything Dom DeSandro does have to be news?
Now, look.
I'm so tired.
I'll say this.
Of Big Dom.
I'll say this. We don't know how that got out. Like, there's a difference. If Big Dom went to
a Big Dom fan over here.
Well, look, I'm just being real though.
Big Dom supporter.
Big Dom.
If Big Dom went to Darlington or whoever the guy was, like, look, bro, hey, I just went over to Scatterboo and dropped off everything. Yeah, but you know what to do. Let him know. Let him know what time it is. And the word gets out that way. Yeah, bro, relax. But if he genuinely went over there like, hey, man, I just want to drop this off to you. Get well soon. Much love from the Eagles. Yeah. And one of the nurses was like, that's Big Dom. Yo, I'm going to call da-da-da. Did you know Big Dom? Like,
I'm going to tell you what didn't happen. That. The nurses did not go, hey, there goes Big Dom right there. That did not happen.
Big Dom, they crazy.
Hey.
Who's the Big Dom of Sacramento?
And the nurse, the nurse would not only have to go, hey, is that Big Dom? Hey, somebody get Jeff McClain on the phone. You know what we need to tell? The Eagles definitely told him.
The Eagles absolutely told him.
When he went, hey, where's Big Dom's car?
He covers the Philadelphia Eagles. That's right. Where's Big Dom's?
Hey, Big Dom's not in his parking spot. He's in the parking spot.
And Dom has like a big ass truck.
Oh, for sure.
Like a gigantic, obnoxious. Sure. They got F1. Do they have F300s? Because that's what he has.
F350.
F350. That's what he has.
Giant rims
with the two whales in the back.
He has to take a flight of stairs to get up to the.
Hey, he's definitely got a plastic pair hanging from the toe, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. For sure. Yeah.
License plate, Big Dom.
Or Dominator.
Oh, God. Jesus.
What is it, 8? Dom in A Tor or OR.
Hey guys, I'm a little distracted. I apologize. And this is why I was a couple minutes late.
Busy being the Big Dom of Sac State.
I'm definitely not the Big Dom of Sac State. I'm Michael Irvin of Sac State. But I ain't the Big Dom of Sac State.
You were over there coaching on the sidelines?
Trying.
Sweaty as hell.
It didn't work on Saturday.
It didn't help.
Work on Saturday.
Coach is fired.
Yeah, it didn't work. But look, I'm distracted because for the first time ever, only Dame is really going to see this. Look at this, Dame. Look.
What?
As I was walking in.
Oh!
Your boy had a blowout, man.
So the myth is true. You haven't wore those in a long time? His shoes blew up.
Yeah.
Like Zion style.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, his shoes
I feel like
these are some original.
I thought it was a myth.
Original Raising Bulls. I used to wear these a lot, though. Like, I used to wear them often.
Yeah, but isn't the thing is if you don't wear them in a long time.
Yeah, man.
The myth is true.
I got out the car to come in here, and it felt like there was, you know how if you step on, I don't know, like a grape or something like that, and it gets stuck to the bottom of your shoe.
Totally. Step on grapes all the time.
It's that. I was trying to think of what those, the things that fall
Baker
from the
Family
tree.
Wines.
Yeah, nice.
But it's stuck on your shoe. So I was like, oh, man, what'd I step on? And there was nothing on there. And then I took another look. I said, wait a minute.
Oh, that's crazy. I've never seen that before.
Can you share with the class?
I was going to say, you got to show it.
Not only is this an audio medium, but you're making sure that the other people in the room can't even see it.
No, I've always heard if you don't wear your shoes, blah, blah, blah. I've never actually seen it before.
It happened to the boy.
Because I got a handful that if I slide them joints on, they're going to blow up.
Oh,
man.
Yeah.
It happened.
That's about $7,000 right down the drain there.
The good news is Michael's got it.
Shout out to my man. Well, no, he doesn't.
The only thing worse than Keon's missed free throw is that right there.
Shout out
Only
to
thing
my-
more
Maybe.
costly.
Shout out
Yeah.
to my boy Hong. I know he's listening over at Phenom. Hey,
Hey, we had
Hey,
Phenom After Dark
hey.
last night.
wait, what?
We ran into him on the way. He was like, "Hey, come to the store." He pulls. We're in the store. We're in Phenom.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna go get some tequila." I was like, "Hey, whoa,
What?
I was like, "Hey, we gotta wake up at 4." He was like, "No, I'll be right back." I was like, "No,
be right back. It's not the time.
We really have to wake up at 4 a.m. We gotta go." Oh, they was getting ready to have a whole party there.
Hey,
in
man, I
Phenom.
gotta pull up to Phenom After Dark, man.
I was about to
It's
go shopping, but they wouldn't turn the lights on.
He offered you tequila.
Yep.
And you said, no, we have to be up at 4 a.m. And his thought wasn't, oh, they don't want to drink this late. It was, they think I'm going to take a long time getting the tequila. No, sir,
Yeah,
I'll be right
quicker.
back.
I'll be way
This won't
quicker.
take a lot of time at all. Hey, shout out to Phenom.
That was a great
always-
place.
That's awesome.
Great place.
He's also.
I need some
think
new
a
shoes
K-pop
for a
fan, so
wedding.
He
I'll be
was
pulling
hyped
up.
that you have your show.
Yeah, I heard that. I'll be pulling up. I got to get shoes for a wedding.
Okay.
Yeah. Go see my man.
What kind of shoes was
Shout
Remember
out
my
to my
buddy-
man
remember
Kenny.
my buddy
Kenny
Sean?
also works there. Shout out.
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah, he's getting married in DC in
Nice.
June.
Very
So
nice.
we're trying to get.
That's a
So what-
nice
what-
time of
so-
year to be in
So what are
DC,
we
too.
what are we looking for shoes though?
Don't know yet.
Okay,
Yeah, that's TBD. I got to figure out what suit I'm wearing first,
I got you.
and then
Well, we're going
No,
tennis
yeah.
shoes. Okay. All right.
We
All
don't
right.
say it
All
like
right.
that.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? Throw
You're
on
not
some
in the
hard
wedding.
bottoms.
I am emceeing the wedding.
Okay.
I gotta
MC.
look
Yeah.
like-
No. MC.
I gotta
Yeah.
look nice.
MC's is good.
Yeah,
Tennis
yeah.
shoe look. Yeah, for an
Yeah,
MC.
yeah. So
It's a good look.
I'll keep you guys in the loop.
Absolutely.
Maybe we'll make that a daily segment,
Okay.
figuring out what
Absolutely.
shoes I should wear. This wedding.
Kyle's shoes. Watch.
Kyle's wedding fit.
Even with everything that we talked about with the fouls and all this other stuff, that was just a horrible loss for the Kings last night.
They were
Like that
terrible
cannot-
defensively last
That
night.
can't happen.
No, I
That,
totally
that
agree.
cannot happen. And I don't care how many times it goes to the free throw line. You can't let Austin Reeves have 51 on you in that situation.
Yeah.
Like that's just it's brutal.
It was
That
a
was a
lot.
brutal
There
loss.
were too many, especially because like the free throws aside, it was really clear he was rolling.
Mm.
It was also really clear from the moment Luka was out, like, oh, okay, it's Austin Reeves and that's it.
Mm.
Let literally anyone else beat you. Fourth quarter, tight game. How is Austin Reeves getting wide open threes, wide open looks?
Well,
Like that can't. Like I said, free throw stuff aside, that's a problem.
They did double team him at one point and try to get the ball out of his hands, but
Yeah.
even that didn't work all that
No.
well.
they were using some offensive action. Get somebody involved. That's how you get them open looks.
Yikes.
Hmm.
That was a bad and I'm not
Not a
gonna
good
go
loss.
I'm not gonna go too hard on Domas because I don't know what the hamstring is, right? Like he could be
Yeah.
gutting it out a little bit. But he was getting picked on in that pick and roll.
He was terrible
and
yesterday.
DeAndre Ayton went to work.
He was
Mm.
Domas hamstring or whatever. If Domas's hamstring isn't healthy, he can't play.
Yeah.
He was terrible yesterday.
Yeah.
He got his 10th point with like a seconds left.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
I mean,
Like
the
you got your
force-
ass kicked by DeAndre Ayton virtually every 4 and 5 that wore a Lakers uniform yesterday. That can't be the case.
No.
And Doug can't let it be the case. So that's why I ask. It's either Domas or Doug. One of them has to fix that.
Mhm.
Domas got to fix it.
That's
Gotta play
that's
better.
my feeling too.
And if you're not, and if it is the hamstring, then like, hey, you're not helping right now. Unless it's hey, go get rebounds, and we'll hope that
But-
you
and-
get
and-
better in a couple of weeks.
And the tough part is he didn't play great on Friday,
Mm.
but he made the shot that mattered.
right, yeah, that was big time.
That last shot is like, okay, great. First game in, like perfect.
Mhm.
Okay,
Hey.
well, you don't get stalled out when the second one comes around.
But clearly, Doug is not enamored with the alternatives. I mean, Drew
He
Eubanks
shouldn't
barely
be.
played at all last night.
Well,
Drew Eubanks with this
Well-
signature reverse pivot hook shot that never goes in.
bro,
Ever
leaves
goes
it-
in, and he
leaves
does it
on the-
every game.
leaves it on the front rim every time. It's unbelievable. Oh my
Yeah.
god, get a little more air and it's in there.
I don't know how he goes to that move every game. And you see it happen. It's such a slow moving move, or like there's so many components to it. Like you see it happening. He gets stopped going to like the left,
Mhm.
and he looks. And you're like, oh no, he's about to do it. Reverse pivot, big hook. Like,
Or even his step through, which looks like it to travel every time, but he misses that at the rim. You're like,
He smokes so many shots at the rim.
Dude, you are 6'9".
And I think Drew, he's actually probably like a little bit more useful or helpful than I probably gave him credit for. Like,
Same here for
he
sure.
does some stuff, but
For sure.
those
Saying he's a little more useful than I expected.
Do you know what he's shooting from the field?
Oh, let me guess.
Well-
27%.
You're way high.
Oh,
No way.
Drew Eubanks on the season is shooting 10% from the field. 10% from the field. No
An
joke.
abomination.
No.
He is 1 of 10 on the season from the field.
Oh
man.
my god.
1 of 10.
Yeah, and he can't play, and neither can Sarge. I mean, Laravia's out here tearing
Laravia
Sarge's
cooked last night.
ACL. Get
was
him out.
embarrassing.
Revenge game.
Get him out. Get him out. It's nasty right now. Dylan Cardwell, he's getting to play because he just knows what he.
Well, he has a
He is-
pulse.
Well, he has a pulse,
Yeah.
and he knows his game. He's been playing his game.
Yep.
Probably since high school because he's
Game-
not that talented.
Nope.
But it's like, hey, if you want to play, just rebound, be tall like you are,
Yep.
and rim run.
Game-
He's been playing that game since he was 5 years old and a foot taller than everyone else.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just be taller than everyone. How about that?
It's clear that the game is like a little fast.
Mhm.
Step slow
He
here, half
doesn't
step
always
slow
catch
here.
the ball cleanly.
Yeah, but you see like, oh, there's the outline of a player there.
Mhm.
Probably not like a starter, but certainly
Play his role
rotational
that he's
big,
playing
yeah,
right now for
yeah.
10 years.
yeah.
You make a
Your
lot of
your
money that
center's
way.
in foul trouble. You don't feel terrible that Dylan Cardwell has to play 25 minutes tonight.
Okay, here's the punchline. He's shooting twice as good as Drew Eubanks on the season.
Damn, Drew. I didn't even mean to do that to Drew because, like I said, he's been better than I thought. But
But
damn,
you
what did I think
understand
of him?
that twice
He's
as
been better
good
than I thought.
means that Dylan Cardwell is shooting 20% from three. I mean, from the field
Yeah.
through the first 2 games that he's played. Tough,
Ooh,
tough look.
yikes, man.
Well,
Yeah. It's
So
just,
what do we do?
Oof.
I think we
Guess
drink
it-
water and be nice to people.
Yeah, I think what we do is spend.
Well,
the next
any
4
more
hours.
a couple more games like that, I don't think very many people are going to be nice to people.
Yeah,
they're
well,
already not nice to people.
well, the good news is the schedule lightens up tomorrow when they face. Let me just check real quick. Let's see. They open up a road trip in Oklahoma City.
Oh, is
You
it
know-
a say goodbye, Bob?
No, here's what's worse.
Is that a say goodbye?
Here's what's worse.
Is that how they say?
I hate that word so much.
I
What's
hate
worse?
when they do that. Just put second game.
The next game at home. So you had Laker fans being very loud last night.
Yeah.
The next home game is against who?
Golden State.
Warriors.
Yeah.
Mm.
So you'll have an arena full of Steph Curry jerseys. I mean, never
Hey,
seen so
they're
many
not go-
screen printed 77s in my life.
Bet they're not gonna shoot 46 free throws though.
Mm.
Yeah.
That's not a bet I'm taking. James screenshot just showed me, like, I'm not betting.
I don't want to talk about
I'm
it.
scared straight.
I don't want to talk about it. That might be the last time.
Shout out D'Lo and KC. They're coming up next. Shout out Jesse Tapia helping us out on the 1s and 2s. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Drink water, be nice people. Chatty House, thank you so much. Thank you for working through technical stuff with us today. Salute. Thank you.
What's up, guys? Thanks for hanging through those streaming frustrations earlier. I was trying to fix it at home. I guess all it took was Jesse to fix it. Available over at DeLoandKC.com. Y'all want to cop these? Ultra comfy for the winter. Two down. What up, boy? Doesn't sound right. Check one, check two, check. There it is. Yeah, great job as always, Leezy.
Young Leezy.
Yeah, hopefully. I have to go to a couple more Kings games over the next month, but I just need to stay my ass at home. Sac State loses, Kings lose. Just stay my ass at home. Tell Coach Marion sorry.
That was tough.
I just wanted the sliders.
And they delivered.
Sliders and popcorn.
They delivered.
Vince's little smoothie from Nectar. I forgot what it's called, man, but this is delightful.
Oh,
right on,
good.
Warren. What's that?
I said that smoothie place. I've been there a couple times.
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you like it, Warren. I think this is the there's only so much we can do because there's only so many colors and you can't screen print on it. You got to do the stitch. But man, these in terms of comfort, in terms of like a look, these are the ones.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Hey.
This is getting worse by the moment.
You all right over there?
Look at this.
Did it blow up? Oh, no.
I don't know how I'm going to get home.
Let me tell you.
Bro, take it off before your shoe starts eating your foot or something.
Yeah,
like it's gonna morph into your foot. Like it's over.
I don't know how I'm getting home. This is crazy.
No matter how bad your day is, it's probably not worse than Kenny's. Kenny is having a rough start to his day.
That is crazy
for
the radio audience. Kenny's shoe blew up like the times we've, I guess, talked about it before.
Yeah, no,
like
it legit
blown up.
happened.
Yeah, it happened.
Now here's where it's at.
Oh,
that's
man.
tough.
Yo, that's just like the videos. It really happened. What are we? What is that show? Is there a show called Mythbusters?
Yes.
We're Mythbusters. Like it actually happened.
I don't know how. You guys put a poll up. Am I gonna make it home?
I'm sorry, do what?
No, wow. Hold on. No, we're not putting
business.
We're not putting anything up on this show. That's a flag.
After what I went through on Friday, you talking about put a poll up? Like, come on, man.
Oh, it's just getting worse by the second. This is crazy. If I wasn't so far from home, I would have somebody bring me some shoes. It's crazy.
Can you go straight home after the show?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, how am I going to walk to the car? How am I going to drive the car? Thing flopping around everywhere.
Okay.
Kenny get into his car and he's got holes in his socks.
All right. So a couple of things. The walk's going to be tough. I do not.
Kenny doing the walk of shame from work with his shoes over his shoulder.
Oh man, that is terrific. I'm sorry, brother. I don't know what to say.
Oh man, the only saving grace is these. I wore them good, man. I got a good wear out.
What are those called again?
It's part of the Raging Bull package where they had that was the name. I'm talking shoes, Jesse.
Hey, just play on, bro. Just play through it right now.
It's about $1,000 down the drain.
Yeah. And I wore them. I got these in like 09.
Okay, here we go. I got the bright side for you.
Yeah.
About $1,000 down the drain. James Ham's day is still worse.
Oh, jeez. Oh, poor Hammer.
Oh, man.
Poor
I would
Hammer.
hate Keon Ellis forever. That's why, hey, It's a gateway. That's why I try to stay away. But Prize Picks, they get me.
They keep calling me.
They get me.
Chatty brought it up. You want to duct tape your shoes?
David J. That's a good point.
I
Just
might.
to get to the car. Like, what do you do now? Like, you throw them away, or do you save them for prosperity?
Nah, I'm gonna throw them away. Shout out to my guy Mario Restores. Like, I could ask him to put these together, but they came out with the new pair of these fives like a year or two ago. So instead of just trying to keep these together, if I ever want these shoes again, I'll just buy the newer version.
Okay.
That was feels like a setup.
Oh,
You see?
Yeah. Shoes explode on
You got
camera.
any scissors in your
Gets
backpack, pal?
embarrassed. Yeah. Now Jazz is
Yeah,
watching
Jazz.
the
Like, what do
stream,
you
and
want
it's
from me?
like,
My shoe blew up. It literally blew up.
And what's right around the corner?
Exactly. Christmas is almost here.
Right around the. I see you. All right.
Let's
go work. No.
I didn't plan for this.
Yep.
It just happened.
I got you. Mhm.
You think I want this?
Nah, it's cool, Lou.
It just happened.
Daddy-o.
Will. Yeah, about that trip.
Oh, that's a tough scene.
What's
Tough scene.
No, I don't know if this. I thought it was tough.
Kings lose to the Lakers. Kenny's shoe explodes.
What's it say?
James loses a small fortune.
What's worse, Kenny's shoe blowing up or Austin Reeves taking 51 on you?
Austin Reeves.
Austin
They can
Reeves.
have my shoes if
Austin.
that's the case.
Yeah.
I saw a clip on Twitter of when Webster.
And then you factor in Cam Scatterbo. This was a terrible weekend
It
for
was
Sacramento.
awful. It was all. And shout out to Fox. No, Fox is just great. Cameramen are great. No, let's zoom in on it. What's going on over there? Yeah. Oh no. Yep. Right. No, on his ankle. Yeah. Right there. Don't move. Don't
Did
move.
they do that? I didn't see it live. Is that what they did?
Yeah.
I thought they've gotten better with that because they didn't do it with Fred.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't do it with Fred Warner. So I was like, all right, they showed one, but it was kind of a protected angle. Like it was enough to where you could see something happen. And then and they showed it once, and that was it. It wasn't, overly awful. I thought that was a sign of, all right, we've gotten better. There's discretion, but I didn't see Cam's live. I didn't Red Zone on, so I didn't know they did that.
I didn't see it live either, and it was when we were doing Sports Sunday last night, and I was on for was watching the news before Sports Sunday, and then Jake is talking about it, and he's showing the footage from Fox. And I end up seeing it a little. I'm like, oh, geez. And because it's in the open, right? Like it's kind of hard to hide in that situation.
Right.
So you see, it's like, oh. And then they go to another camera. Like, oh. I'm like, hey,
come
Jake,
on,
can we
guys.
stop the highlight, bro? Clearly, they're not turning the camera. Get well soon. Get well soon. But real quick, I was going to say, do you remember? I vaguely remember this, but I don't really. Do you remember when Webster set the house on fire on the TV show, the show Webster?
Oh, I got you. I don't think I remember that episode.
Yeah, I saw that clip last night on Twitter. It was the
Webster set the house.
Yeah,
on
he was.
fire. I don't remember that.
He was
one.
supposed to be asleep.
Okay.
And he was doing like a science project where he lit a rocket.
Okay.
And he lit the rocket, and nothing happened. But then the parents heard him. They're like, Webster, are you up? Like, what are you doing up? And he's like, no, I'm not up. So he gathers everything real quick, throws it in the closet. But there was still like a spark, or the spark caught a shirt and caught on fire. So then in the middle of the night, he wakes up, his closet's on fire. The house is getting on fire. Everybody's got to get out. I watched that whole 3 minutes clip on Twitter.
I was gonna say, where did you see this?
It was on Twitter. It was like there's an account that I followed. It's like TV Guide or something, and it'll tell you on this day this show debuted, or on this day this show ended, and they had that on this day. It was the episode when Webster set the house on fire in
I do not remember that.
1983.
See, now I'm visioning. It's not Larry Zone. What's the guy's name? The football player. Alex Carrot.
Yeah.
Alex. No, it's not
you're-
Larry Zonka.
No,
right?
no, it's Alex something. I'm thinking of his name on the show, which is like Papadopoulos or something like that. But I think it's Alex.
But
Garrett.
now I'm visioning like them in like black smoke, like with like the ash on their face. Now I'm like seeing that a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh man, I do not remember that episode.
August 26, 1984. Webster's home goes up in flames. That's what I was scrolling last night after.
There was
game.
an anniversary 2 days ago for something crazy that I saw on Twitter. It was the 25th. I can't, man, it's gonna bug me now because I remember
it wrestling.
I don't think so. I feel like I retweeted something, but it wasn't as cool as Webster.
Shout out Webster.
Yeah, it wasn't as cool as Webster.
Yeah.
All of this beats talking about Austin Reeves, though.
Oh gosh, that was.
I hate when those.
I had to slum it last night. You know what I'm saying? I was up in the nosebleeds. Dame, you were right there, courtside. What was your view of the situation?
One
courtside?
Yeah.
No. One.
No, he wasn't. Don't let him do that.
One. You were not in the nosebleeds, and I highly doubt you didn't move down and sit somewhere. Two. Yeah, it was tough to watch.
Mm-hmm.
It was tough to watch. There were far too many Laker fans in the section I was sitting in for my own comment.
Oh yeah, that's where they be at though. That's where they be at. Lakers and Warriors fans. That's where they be at.
Yeah, right behind that basket.
That's how it's. We've talked about this before though. That's how it's always gonna be though. Like,
It is.
Lakers. I think the Celtics are in that group. The Bulls are sneaky in that group as well. We saw Knicks since they've been good. Like these are
Celtics. I don't know if you said Celtics. Yeah.
These are in the betting world, they call them public teams. Like these are teams that have fans that go down generations that have been all over the country.
Mm-hmm.
So it's always going to be like that. I hear that, and I think a lot of times people look at it like as an indictment on Sacramento, and it's like, nah, like Lakers do this in every arena they go to. It's like what I talk about with like the Niners sometimes, right? Like Niners, every stadium they go to, like it's lit.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way it is, and that's the way it's going to be at Golden One Center, especially when they win a game like that. Damn.
Yeah. I mean, it was a fun night until the Kings couldn't score anymore. The number one thing that stood out to me, their defense is rough. Like as a whole, their defense is tough, and I know that Doug was asked about Zach LaVine last night, who has been absolutely stellar to start this season. And Doug made it a point to point out what he's been doing on the defensive end. But there are so many slips in coverage with what they're doing. Like it's like there are some plays where they look like they're expecting someone to be on the help side and they're not, or they're just getting completely blown past. And I don't know the scheme, so I don't know what it is. And that was glaring last night. The lack of size that this team has was really glaring last night. And they started small. We wondered, we speculated after the Keon Ellis injury, after the Keegan Murray injury, we speculated, do they try to work Keon into the starting lineup? Do they move DeMar down? Do they start small in an effort to have a stronger defensive presence on the court? We didn't see it in the first two games. We saw Neek, and then we saw, I think it was Isaac Jones in the second one. We finally got Keon in the third one. And I don't know whether it worked or not because Keon picked up so many fouls so quickly, he was basically useless the rest of the game. It's tough when the team overall plays the way that they did. When you got Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan doing what they do offensively, Dennis facilitating the offense, both Malik and Russell Westbrook being sparks off the bench, and to fall short short on your home floor to that team is brutal. That team, which didn't have their best player, didn't have their second best player, and I don't care what order you put those two players in, but those are still their top two players, and neither one of them were there. They didn't even make the trip to Sacramento. They weren't even on the bench.
That's crazy. I actually thought about that too. I was like, that's ridiculous.
They didn't even show up.
Get on the damn plane. Luka got a sprained wrist. I can understand like LeBron, like, oh, my back, get on the plane. He got a sprained wrist.
Yeah.
Luka was like, nah, I'm not going.
Luka's like, I'm not going to Sacramento.
That's crazy.
Nope.
Yeah, it was just awful.
Mm-hmm.
It was absolutely awful. And I know Zach after the game talked about, he feels like in 2 of these 3 games that they lost, they kind of beat themselves. And usually I know people talk about like the team or whatever, and I think it's valid in this case. Even in the fourth quarter, I was sitting next to our guy Tony Harvey, watching the game, and we started the fourth quarter. I said, "Yo, they need to come out of the gates in this fourth quarter, and I need to see a 7-0, 8-0, 9-0 run because I think they went down 5 at the start of the fourth, and they did that.
Yep,
spearheaded by Russ. Like they came out. I think it was like 7-0, maybe like 10-2 run to start the fourth quarter, got the lead, and they started to gain control of that game. And then they just let it all go back. Some of it due to some defending the 3, some of it due to fouls and all this. But yeah, I thought they could have done a better job of handling everything that was going on in that game, whether you're playing a shorthanded Lakers team, handling the foul situation, making sure you stay locked in on that. And they didn't do good with any of it last night. So that's tough. And now you've got, this really, really tough part of the schedule coming up. And we talked about it on Friday about the fragile nature, or at least the feeling of the fragile nature of the psyche of this team, of this group. Is about to be tested in a major way with losing that game on Sunday and what they have ahead of them schedule-wise.
Yeah, and it's a 4-game road trip. OKC, Chicago. So you have like your first road trip. You have your first back-to-back. You have a lot of first of the seasons coming up. I didn't hear the broadcast last night. I imagine there's some, it's going to be good for this team to get out there and spend some time together on the road. All right, man. They just spent like a month together in training camp, so I don't think that that's necessarily true. But, hey, we'll see. I think the thing that bothers me the most is I don't know if they've played well this season. They've had moments where they played well. I thought yesterday my biggest fear after last night's game is this team, they can, if they're shooting well, if the shot's dropping for them, they could beat anybody. Like they could, at the very least, they could beat anybody, or at the very least, they could be in any game. If that shot's falling, they're going to compete with everybody. Right. And I mean Oklahoma City, I mean New York, whoever the favorites are, Minnesota, they could compete with the entire league. But when they stop falling, they've got nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because there were points last night where points in the game where they just needed to get a stop. Just get a stop here and you've got a shot. Or get a stop here, and you take this 4-point lead to 7. You take this 7, whatever. That stop, it's 12:50. The next stop still hasn't arrived, and I'm not sure if they're capable of getting that stop. In those moments where you have, worse, you have a team, you go back to Phoenix, just stop the bleeding. Couldn't get a stop to stop the bleeding. You had a couple of points during the not very many, but during Phoenix's run where they'd get a basket. But it just wound up being a basket for a basket. And when they needed to get that extra, they couldn't. And if they can't get if the shot's not falling, there's nothing to fall back on. So you need to be the best offensive team in NBA history for 82 games to have a shot to win games this year, or get significantly better on the defensive end.
I'll push back a little bit, not because
Okay.
I think they're a great defensive team, but they can't string together like a quarter long worth of stops, right? Because you talk about the Phoenix situation, they were down like 9. They end up tying the game. You got to stop them from scoring to tie the game, you know. And there was a level of toughness I saw in that fourth quarter and physicalness that they finally stepped up to the plate and were able to do that. Last night I was watching that game. I think it got as high as 9 late in that fourth quarter, I believe. And I was talking to the person next to me, and I said, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm gonna see a scenario where they're good at to 2 with about a minute and a half left, and we'll see what they can do from there. They got it to 3, and they had the ball, and Zach missed the 3 that would have tied it. Like, you got to get stops to get to that point. Long term, like for over the course of a quarter or a half, I think that's where they struggle. I think in spurts they can, but so far they haven't been able to do it enough. Hell, they did it the other night on Friday to close out the game and win that game as well. So I do think, I don't want to stall them out because like last night was just, that's just bad. Like you can't lose that game. You can't lose that game. I do see them working. They've got to figure out a way to get over the hump in these situations. And so far for 2 of the 3 games, they haven't been able to.
I feel like they have guys working. Are they working collectively? Are they working as a group on the defensive end? Because of those plays that I'm talking about, like Austin, like the story is obviously what Austin Reeves did yesterday. He had 1 3 at the top of the key. He was begging for. It was late. I would have left if it went in because he was feeling it. And the crowd, that portion of the crowd was feeling it. And if you go back and watch it, you'll see him chase it. He shoots it. He's kind of leaning to the side and he kind of does like the lean thing and he's ready for like the Steph Curry dance and everything. Thank God at back of the rims, Kings get the rebound. And I think Levine hit a 3 on the way back. And then Reeves got his 3 on the other end. So it just wound up going back and forth. It just feels like they're missing something collectively. And I often catch them. And this is like, I much prefer watching games at home. But man, you see a lot when you're there. And you see facial expressions, you see interactions that maybe the camera doesn't necessarily catch. And I felt they were looking at each other a lot yesterday, like, yo, where were you? What were you doing? Like Russ grabbed Cardwell. He's like, hey, you got to get up. He's like, he kind of hits like, you big, get up on that. He threw Cardwell an alley-oop that he didn't go up for.
Right.
And like it's just things that you see. And I felt like I saw a lot of that on the defensive end yesterday.
Yeah. And like I said, I don't want to paint it as they're fine on the defensive end. But one of the things that I look at when I watch these games is the buy-in, the effort. And I do think the effort is there from those guys. And I always say, if the effort's there, I can work with that and we'll work schematically to improve. But I can have the perfect scheme in the world. Luke Walton, I don't know if it's good or not. I'm asking them for guard for 2 dribbles. They won't do it.
Yeah.
So I can start if you're buying in and you're trying, and we'll figure out the combination of players to play that work, the scheme that works, all this other stuff. And I see that it's just one of those things where they can't get over the hump. They haven't been able to get over the hump in 2 of those 3 games. I mean, I think back to the Phoenix game, and they work, they get it down to They get it tied. They were down 9. They get it down tied after Malik Monk hits a little pro hop fadeaway mid-range. Tie game, cool. Next play down, Zach LaVine fouls Dylan Brooks for 3.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh man, we did work. We did good things, and now we shoot ourselves in the foot. And then you get a situation. I think they might have scored after that. DeRozan scored and got it to 1. And now you're in a situation where they got it to Book, and he's on Schroeder at 17 feet away. That's his office. He shoots over the top of him. Game over.
Mm-hmm.
So, number one, they're putting themselves in a hole. That's not a good thing, but they're fighting back. But because of the hole that you're putting yourself into, it's whoa, what are you doing? Don't come to the mic now. What are you doing?
I didn't say anything.
Yeah, what's going on? I
Like,
just
what are you
wanted
all worked
to
up
chime in
about?
and talk some Kings with my bros.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is attacking our producer.
Yeah, I wasn't
Dude.
too happy about how they played defensively and any of that stuff, but I'll just mind my own business, I guess.
Sorry, Jesse.
Oh my God.
I'd love to hear what you have to say.
We're
Man.
listening. We're listening.
No, just go. No, maybe I was gonna check in on the flag. I don't know.
But
Yeah.
man, the hill
Deficit
is
too much.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
too much to climb out of,
Too
man.
much.
You have to be perfect. And asking this team to be perfect on defense
Yeah.
is not the way you want to do it. You will accept the effort. You can't ask them to be perfect.
There's a lot to talk about with this game. There's a lot to talk about that happened over the weekend. Unfortunately, man, none of it's good.
None of it.
Whether it's
Nothing.
the San Francisco 49ers, whether it's the Sac State Hornets, or whether it's the Sacramento Kings, it's all bad. There's a lot to pick apart from last night, and we'll continue to do that. We'll touch on a few other things as well as the day progresses. And, of course, as always, we want to hear from you. The Elk Grove Kia Talk line is open, 916-909-1320. We're just getting started. We're with you till 4 o'clock at Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
There's one good thing that happened over the weekend.
Okay.
I watched most of the Allen Iverson documentary.
Okay.
I thought it was fantastic. I thought they did a phenomenal job with it. It's one of the, I was trying to think about it. It was one of the better player documentaries I've probably ever seen.
Okay.
It was really, really, I think about one of the things I learned since being with you is you talk about either entertain me or teach me things I haven't learned or I didn't know before. And with AI, I mean, I've read the book. That's my guy. That is my dog. I'm like, yeah, what more am I gonna see that I haven't seen before? And I learned. So I learned about him. I learned about his upbringing, about him as a kid, about all that. Like it was great.
That's awesome.
It is great.
This is where again?
Prime.
Prime.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
That's great.
Really, really good. If AI ain't gonna do nothing else, AI gonna cry. Oh, he gonna cry.
Yeah.
And he,
Yeah.
it was about 5 minutes in, he started crying. That's my boy, man.
That's what I love
cried.
about it.
Yeah, I love when he cried too, man, because that's my boy. But yeah, it was really, really good.
That's good. I have to carve some time out for that.
I don't want to put too much on it because maybe it's just me because I like AI, but I thought it was really, really good.
We watched a little of Starting Five.
How's that? Did you watch the first one, like last year's?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was the day I was sick.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
and I watched like all of them, like in one day. This one we watched maybe an episode or two. I mean, the things that stand out like the most. Tyrese is really likable. Like Tyrese is great. Shay is Shay's really unaware. Like, I don't know how to describe Shay's personality. He's very I don't know what word I'm looking for.
Unaware.
I guess that's it. Yeah, like he's far, like, and I don't mean like he's not a bad guy by any stretch of the imagination. But there's very much a, like Ty, you feel like Ty is just one of your boys, right? Like with LeBron talked about his love of his wife and his kids. Like you've even with one of the most unrelatable human beings in the world, you could find something to relate to, right? He's a dad, he's a husband, he's a son, like those types of things. The things they talk to Shay about, it's like, I can't relate to any of this. Like he's talking about not going, I don't go to the grocery store. He's talking about like I can never repeat an outfit, like all of these things.
Yeah.
He's has a big sale of all his clothes. It's weird. I don't know.
I gotta check that out.
It's a good like Starting Five is really good.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah.
I enjoy it. I think it's a great series.
Oh, the other thing I thought about when I was watching the Iverson doc, because that's how we kind of got on this. I saw the Iverson doc over the weekend. Phenomenal, just great. I loved that doc. I would watch that again, and I normally don't double up on stuff, but I would watch that again.
Okay.
But one of the things I was thinking about as I watched that documentary is I said, I am so thankful, and this may come off as a shot to people. I don't intend it to, but I got to be real. I am so thankful, so thankful that I grew up when I did, and I watched basketball when I did, and that Allen Iverson played in the era that he played in, as opposed to playing now. They would talk so bad about Allen Iverson.
Oh God.
As far as gameplay, sabermetric, all this. They would talk, and you're missing, I say this all the time, you're missing the plot of this thing sometimes. Allen Iverson is iconic. He is inspirational. I don't know what his WAR was, and I don't care. I don't know what his Vzorp was in the
basketball players have Vzorp?
Yeah, they just created it.
Oh.
I don't know what it was. I don't care. I know that he inspired me and so many other people to play the game of basketball, to play a certain way, to just try to be great. And I grew up in that era where I could focus on that. If he played today, they would be lighting Allen Iverson. They would diminish him so much.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad he didn't play. You know what kind of remind me of? I think Allen Iverson is a better player than this guy, but he's not that far off. It reminds me of Trae Young. And how do they talk about Trae Young?
Terribly, but can you give me the
undersized, awesome scorer?
Yeah.
Not this super one-on-one defender, but Trae Young gets steals, right? Because he like gambles, play passing lanes, does all that. His teams never really win. That one time they won, but other than that, They didn't do the same thing with Iverson. His team's never really went anywhere, except for the one time. And like I said, Iverson's on he's a higher.
He had Denver teams succeed, right? He played with Melo, didn't he?
Yeah, I think AI was with that team that went to the conference finals. And they had some success, second round here and there, and like I said, AI is a little bit more accomplished and just a far better player. But I could only imagine if he played today, they would talk about him the way they talk about Trey.
I can't believe I have to ask this. I can't remember. Did Allen Iverson win an MVP?
Yeah, 01.
01. He did win. Okay.
And they would have, oh my gosh, that team, they probably would have talked about it because there was nobody. All he wants to do is just shoot. That's all he wants to do. That if he's not shooting, he's not. Why isn't he making Eric Snow better? All right, man. That's what because I would just watch his highlights and it would just take me down memory lane.
Why isn't he making Eric Snow better? Is incredible.
And it just made me just think like, man, I'm glad I just watched him and enjoyed him. Because today with social media and the way people talk about basketball, they would not enjoy Allen Iverson.
That is one thing that I fear our job takes from us is the joy of just watching basketball.
So I'm so protective of it, I guess. Like,
sure,
y'all ain't I'm not. I don't want to go down that road. You know what I mean? So,
yeah. I'm gonna have to check that out. That Allen Iverson doc sounds really interesting. And I'm a Allen Iverson fan as well. Not like you are. Not at all like you are. I feel like Allen Iverson is what Russell Westbrook is to me, to you.
Yeah, him and Jordan.
Okay.
Jordan.
Well,
yeah.
Russell Westbrook isn't Jordan to me. Like, just to be clear, it's just I have a forever appreciation for Russell Westbrook. Like I had a blast last night because I had tickets to the game, and they were not. Actually, the way we had the company tickets, which there's a million stories.
Those still exist?
Wow.
They do. So that's the good news. They still exist. We were supposed to take a client, and this all came together very, very, very late in the week. Katie and I were going to take a client. We found out Friday that the client, they was like, I'm so sorry, I can't come. Can we pick a different game? It's like, yeah, no problem. We'll get it worked out. I hit up Bill, and Gio was like, hey, I know you sent the tickets. I haven't accepted them. They can't go. So, whatever you got to do. And they were like, well, we don't have anyone to give them to. So, enjoy.
Of course, yeah.
So we went, and it was, it's fun. Like I'm locking in on the game and I'm watching, but I found myself, and Katie and I have gone to games before. I've sat as a fan before. But last night was the first night that I remember like cheering. Like when Russ got hot. Oh yeah, I was
lit.
I was up.
It was lit.
Yeah, I was up. Like in the 17-year-old came. She was like, I need Kings gear. I said, baby, I got you. I threw the Westbrook jersey at her. She was like, great, this is perfect. So it was like, oh, she was like, that's my guy right there, right? I was like, yeah. So we were all in on this, and it was just fun to kind of like cheer and remember. No, I really do love this game. I love this game, and it's the lone sports team that I love, like that I genuinely love. And what killed me is so much of the end boiled down to, and I said this out loud, God, tomorrow's gonna suck. And that's all it was like, if they lose, it's not fun. You walk away, you listen to, thankfully, your favorite sports show, your podcast and all that stuff. And then you just kind of wait for the next game. Here, the whole ride home, or the whole wait in the parking garage, I'm thinking like, all right, what are the talking points for tomorrow? And it's like, well, free throws, Austin Reed. And you're just running through this thing, and none of it's fun because everybody's going to be upset.
Yeah.
But it's all rooted in the love that you have for the game, for sure, a team for sure. But my reaction was totally a player, because that was the only difference between games that we went to last year and the one that we went to yesterday, is that Russell Westbrook was on the team.
Right.
and she knows he's my favorite player. So he hits a 3 and she's doing the let's go. And she's getting excited. Now, the girls that we brought with us, they're getting excited. And it was just cool to have that until it ended or was ending. And it's like, and I'm just looking around like they're going to be so upset tomorrow.
That's what I'll be thinking about as well.
So upset.
Yeah.
And rightfully so.
Yeah. I mean, and that's our job. That's what we do, man. We'll talk about it. We'll work it all out together. But absolutely that plays. Because before I had the show, something like that happened. I work for the state of California. I go to work the next day. I can choose not to engage at all in any sports radio because I'm mad. Niners lose. I'm listening to Joe Budden today. Don't worry about it. I ain't listening to nothing. I can stay away from it. But even in preparation for the show, I can't do that, right? Like I wake up in the morning, I figure out, all right, who I'm going to listen to, where I'm getting information. I got to be inundated with it. And that's a small price to pay. It's no big deal. But it's just a change in mindset sometimes.
Yeah, like it's okay. This is what we signed up for. This is what we love doing. But it is like you're listening to you talk about Allen Iverson. It's just a reminder that we actually really love basketball. Like we really love.
You think I'd be fighting people now if Allen Iverson was around today and I had this show?
Lord, oh my God,
there'd be some furniture moving every Monday and Wednesday.
Every time. Without fail, every time I get into it on Twitter with someone, it started with you. Like it's never like I have plenty of people say, whatever they want to about me, like in DMs or in mentions or whatever. It's not even worth it.
Yeah.
And then I see an exchange with my boy and whoever, and it's like,
oh, that's what we doing?
Oh, word?
All right, bet. Funny thing before we go, I was gonna leave it alone, and then I saw you say something and him say something back. I was like, well, all right, well, let's talk about Mississippi then. If that's what we doing. That wasn't even planned. I was about to be done, and then I saw him talking to you. I was like, oh, all right. I ain't gonna we just ain't gonna keep doing that.
We ain't gonna do that. That's for sure. We ain't gonna do that. We're gonna come back. Let's talk about Domas.
I want to know.
There's a lot of things to break down.
I want to know what you think about what I said on the handoff about the fourth quarter.
Okay, we'll do that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
What? What segment is this? Bust that shit up. They're trying everything they can to recreate Jacked Up.
Yeah. Hey, shout out to my nephew, Zach. He called a soccer game for his school.
Hey,
UC
what school?
UC Santa Barbara.
There we go.
Yeah, he did a great job. I listened to it on probably the same app that your boy's TV show is on, but I was able to listen to it. It was he did a hell of a job. He did a hell of a job, man. I was super proud of him.
That's dope, man. Zabo. No, I'm not, but I think I will be doing one for this past game.
No, you could ask for him.
Make him say, all right, man, stop, bro. Stop. No, they didn't. No Limit actually did a lot better than I thought they would. They did great. Mia X was fantastic.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was really
well
dope.
Until the end.
Well, why Birdman do that?
It got a little sketchy at the end.
Come on, man.
But it was fun overall.
But No Limit did fantastic. I didn't think it would be that competitive, but catalog was clicking.
Yeah,
They
Snoop
was
out
killing
there.
it. Yeah, they was killing it. But Cash Money, though. Come on now. They did great though. Like I said, Silk the Shocker was out there. Mia X was killing it all night long.
Yeah, I was surprised to see Silk the Shocker
Came out
for a lot of reasons. I definitely thought Brody was occupied for 5 to 10 more.
Well, that's murder. And then one of the when Down for My Hitters came on, me and Jazz were just watching it and we're like, yeah, we get upset about Young Boy. Do you hear what they're saying? It's must you die? What? What? Tamar Braxton was there representing for Tony. I think Jacquees was on stage too.
Tony getting ready for that tour. I told Complex I'm going to Vegas. That's the one we're doing. He said he can get one for any of those 3 shows. I said, send me to Vegas, dog.
I think I might want to go to LA. A little cheaper.
That's the Forum, I think.
Sounds about right. I don't know, but
I think it's the Forum. Yeah. Because it's Oakland. I think it's Oakland Arena, T-Mobile, in the Forum.
Hey man, I want to go next year. I heard that was a great time. I want to go. It was Jackson State and Grambling in Vegas, and I want to go next year. Oh man, Coach JT, I know, big dog. I know. I don't know. I don't know if I could pull a rabbit out of my hat.
Hey, a couple of things, just real quick, because I don't think we're gonna get to this. Sentence I never thought I'd utter. Shout out to the New York Jets. What a weird week they had. Justin Fields is benched, essentially trashed by the Jets owner, Woody Johnson. And then I guess Tyrod Taylor got hurt or something.
He was dealing with a bone bruise all week. So
and then
that's why he didn't get to start.
Justin Fields winds up starting on Sunday morning, the same morning that the Jets announced that Nick Mangold passed away.
Man, that was tough.
And it was like, wait a minute. He played recently. He's 41 years old. I saw the clip of Rex on Countdown or Sunday Countdown, and the Jets somehow got their first win of the season on that day. So shout out Justin Fields. Shout out to the New York Jets. That had to have been because again, Nick's 41 years old. Like we're not talking a lifetime ago. Yeah. We're talking like people on this team, on this staff, in this organization worked with him.
I think Aaron Glenn played with him, didn't he?
And Aaron Glenn played with him. And so for them to be able to pull that off yesterday, especially a 39-38. Like I was prepared to ask if the Bengals, and I think we floated this out in overreactions last week, but we just didn't really get to it as we intended. I was prepared to ask the question if the Bengals can win that division. With all that they've dealt with what it looks like, can the Bengals wind up winning that division? And that's certainly still a conversation. It's just probably not a conversation to be had today. But a hell of a job by the Jets to pull out that just incredible 39-38 win on that day under those circumstances.
Yeah, man. That I was kind of doing the same thing. I was like, Nick Mangold, didn't he just play?
Mm-hmm.
Wasn't he just part of that organization? And that's just a terrible thing to see. And like you said, there was so much going on with the Jets organization going into this week. Good for them. Good for Aaron Glenn, his first win as a head coach. Justin Fields, good for him too, because that was a tough It's tough, your
Yeah.
owner come out, talking the way he was talking. So,
and it's like it's fair to ask these questions about Justin Fields now.
It is.
He got one.
Yep.
He got one. So good for them. In honor of the Jets, I wore a green colored sweatsuit. So shout out to
Mr.
the Jets.
Jet.
With a little D-Lo and
Fireman Ed over here.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a different than what the Jets wear, but it is green. If you'd like to see it, you can go over to KSF. Nope, that's not it. You can go to DLoandKC.com right now and get our brand new sweatshirts, and we've got sweats for the very first time, and these joints are fire. It is the coldest merch that we have ever put together. It is a smidge bit more expensive, but I promise you the quality of it is very much worth it. It is absolute fire. You wanted to mention something about the fourth quarter that we talked about during the handoff.
Yeah, man. I thought Malik Monk should have been in there instead of Keon Ellis. I think I had notes, but I ended up stopping at this point. But I think the Lakers are maybe taking a 6-point lead halfway through that fourth quarter. And Austin Reeves was starting to hit shots, and it was like, all right, this is the way the game's going to go. And the thought for me was you're going to have to find ways to score to get this game. You're down 6. You haven't been able to stop Austin Reeves. They're getting foul calls left and right. They've got this thing figured out with the pick and roll right now. You're going to need a little bit more firepower. And I knew they probably had to take Russ out. Not that he was playing bad, but it's just the way I didn't think he was going to finish the game.
Yeah.
And I was like, all right, the move would be Monk for Russ, get a little bit more dynamic on the offensive end. And Monk is putting in good effort on the defense. I'm not saying he's always making the right decision. He's one of those guys that missed a couple of help side rotations and allowed easy layups. So he's not perfect by any means, but he's competing. And you combine that with the fact that sometimes he does, make good defensive plays, and he can make shots anywhere on the court. That's who I would have gone with. He went with Keon instead, and Keon created little to no resistance for Austin Reeves or anybody else at the end of that game, and didn't provide anything on the offensive end either. Sorry, James. And hindsight's 2020. I understand. Like when I saw Keon go back out there, I understood why he was doing it. I would have gone with Malik Monk. Maybe it would have been just as wrong, maybe worse. So I understand what going with Keon, but I thought Malik should have been closing that game last night.
Yeah, I'm a little bit different than you in the sense that I don't understand why he went to Keon in that moment. It just felt like, we talked about this a lot, that we weren't going to, I don't think we're going to see a quote closing lineup. We're going to see a game-to-game closing lineup. And we've seen that we saw Dylan Cardwell close. I don't remember if that was the Phoenix game. Yeah, we saw an undrafted rookie close a game already in this young season. To me, at that point in the game, you knew with the markers 4:48, it wasn't Keon's night. If you weren't going with Russ, which is fine, it should have been Malik. I was kind of done with Keon. I had a Jesse moment where I fired off a text about Keon Ellis last night.
Well, hey, some of us have moments of weakness and we say things we don't necessarily mean.
I don't know that I don't mean it though. Like I'll say this. It just wasn't Keon's night, and it wasn't his night to be out there. And I think you're 100% right. It should have been Malik in that moment. And we could talk about defense. We could talk about guarding. We could talk about defense. We could talk about effort. We could talk about guarding. That's all perfectly fine. The Kings weren't stopping anyone. So you could put forth the effort. I think Austin wound up hitting a shot. It was either Keon or Dennis. He hit a shot guarded completely.
Dennis,
it was Dennis like, guarded. I don't have a beef with, however, you guarded that as best as you could. It was the Anthony Davis play from last year or the year before. You can't guard it any better. And he hit it. Like, we could talk about effort and doing all of this stuff. In the end, they weren't getting stops. So put Malik out there and let him take up defenders, let him drive to the basket, let him have some moments. Like, you have an offensive weapon out there when it felt like you desperately needed it, because in addition to not being able to get stops, you went cold offensively.
Yeah. And that was that's my thought with Malik. And then to actually see it play out, Keon had some bad moments in that fourth quarter. I'm not pinning it all on him saying it's his fault by any means, but he has some bad moments.
But he did.
You know what I mean? He gave up the backdoor to, I think it was Rui, on whatever action they had, switching, the communication, being ready to defend both sides. That was tough. He got fouled when Austin Reeves just shoved him. He shoved Dennis Schroeder to the ground, and Keon came over and fouled Reeves on the layup.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that situation. And there was a couple other plays on the defensive end where my thought was like, well, Malik could have done that and he could score. You know what I mean? And he could create on his own. And yeah, I thought he should have finished that game.
What play I thought low key was a killer was the 24-second shot clock violation. That wasn't a 24-second shot clock violation.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a two-way street here, in that the referees missed the call. I guess the ball hit the rim.
Mm-hmm.
They missed that. The Lakers challenge it after they called the 24-second shot clock violation. But what that does is it stops everything. And so that was one of the Kings' best defensive possessions, maybe of the entire night. And it stopped. Everything had to stop because they had to go review it. And so now you're running an inbounds play and you're essentially starting all over.
Right.
And that was at a moment where I think the Kings were either down 3 or 4, but we had come off a Levine 3. The crowd was very loud when that buzzer went off. And then it just all kind of, like, even if they had gotten the call right and the clock had just reset, you have an amped crowd, right? You have everyone up. Now they're pressing. Mm-hmm. They're trying to get something, and you lost it all.
It gave them an opportunity to settle down a little bit.
It because paraphrase Kendrick Lamar, it killed the whole vibe. Mm. The whole vibe was dead because they had to review it. It took a while. And then now the crowd is down. The Lakers are set. Mm-hmm. The Kings are set, and it just wound up being nothing. I think they scored on that play. So it was like, and they got it in the end. They got the call. If you get the call right, in how much does that change anything? Like, I have no idea, but I know what the vibe in the arena was, and I'm sure you heard it on television. It was up. And then it just all got wiped out because of the review.
Yeah, it was turned up when they got it to 3. I think Zach hit the 3 to get it to a 3-point deficit.
It was a tense final 8 minutes.
Yeah,
the 8 minutes. I even said that, I was like, God, it felt like the game was getting frantic. I don't think that it was, but it felt like the game was getting frantic because the crowd was getting really loud. And it's one of those, because there's so many Laker fans there. King score is loud. Laker fan score is loud. Yeah. And so there was a point where I was like, God, it feels like there's 2 minutes left in this game. There was when I said that, there was 8:37 left. But that was just the nature. And that went on for the next 8 minutes and 37 seconds or whatever it was.
Yeah. Tough finish, man. And like I said, I would have liked to seen Malik out there. Malik not only in that situation has shown a number of different times that he can come through and make game-changing plays, but he made some good big-time plays in that third quarter. And for him to get no minutes in the fourth quarter just seemed crazy to me.
Russ and Malik, they brought a lot of life to that arena last night. even more. I think I could make an argument they brought even more than Zach LaVine did, and Zach was brilliant last night. But you pointed this out years ago. There's always something about a Malik Monk shot that gets that crowd extra. Like Russ got a little bit of that too.
There's a buzz when Russ has the ball.
Yeah.
When he starts sizing somebody up,
because something's gonna happen.
There's a buzz.
Something's gonna happen, either good or bad. Something's gonna happen. And
there's absolutely a buzz when he gets the rock.
And he paid it off several times last night. He instigated a run. I think it was in that first half. It just it wound up amounting to nothing, which is what I felt Domas's game was last night. I don't feel like it amounted to anything. I thought DeAndre Ayton kicked his ass. I honestly thought every 4 and 5 in a Lakers jersey roughed him up. I don't know what the Kings' game plan is for him. Like, Dennis has been brilliant, I think, as a facilitator, as a point guard. DeMar is great at creating. You know, I thought there were some good moments where Zach LaVine had the ball. There were some really, really good moments where Zach LaVine had the ball in his hands, and he worked with Domas and some other guys to create shots, you know, free throw line extended, mid-range type things. These guys got to stop taking these long twos. Like, DeMar's long twos are just so infuriating. But I don't know if Domas doesn't know his role on this team. I don't know if Doug doesn't know Domas's role on this team, or if Domas's role is just different than what it's been since he's gotten here. But he looks like a shell of the player that he's been in the past. Yeah. He's never going to have the high volume of shot attempts. He just won't do it. He won't work to create his own shot, even though he absolutely can. And he's not the ringleader. He's not the facilitator anymore. Right. So you got to be one or the other, in my opinion. If he wants to be the facilitator and everything runs through him and he ends every night with 12 rebounds and 12 assists, if it's working, like, fine. But you can't have 3 assists and 10 points. The rebounds are always going to be there for him. He's tough as nails. He's going to get those. He's going to work. But you can't get your 10 point with 60 seconds left and only have 3 assists. That's not going to work for this team. You have to be one or the other. You have to either find a way to score or find a way to help other people score. And none of that has happened in his first 2 games this season.
And I wonder, now that you have a facilitating point guard, because that implies that De'Aaron wouldn't pass. You pass the ball. Mm-hmm. But De'Aaron also was a little bit more open to and okay with, hey, we'll give the ball to Domas every time down the court for the first 3 quarters. Like, he was cool with that. He was like, that's what we're doing. Cool. I'll sit back. I'll catch and shoot. You know, I'll facilitate when he's out and do all that. And that's not the group they necessarily have right now. It's not the point guard they necessarily have right now with Dennis Schroeder. And the question is going to be, can Domas function in a different role? Because I'm not even sure if his role, because once again, we're talking about offense. I'm not sure if his role even needs to change. They don't have a problem on the offense. I know it may not look the way that people want it to, but Zach is fine. DeMar is fine. Dennis is looking good. You got Malik doing his thing off the bench. I won't count Russell Westbrook, because I'm not going to say he's going to get 18 every time, but so far he's been fine. Mm-hmm. By the
Malik's
way,
been great.
Well, Malik's been great. By the way, who was Russell Westbrook guarding at the end of that Jazz game? Did anybody catch that? Mm-mm. Jesse, you catch that?
Who was he guarding at the end of the Jazz game?
Yeah, for much of that fourth quarter.
Was it Walker? Who was it?
Lauri Markkanen. What position does Lauri Markkanen play?
Is he the 4?
He was also guarding Jared Vanderbilt last night as well, too.
What position is Jared Vanderbilt?
Usually a 4.
Interesting.
That's neither
also
here nor
Jared
there.
Vanderbilt can't score, so
that was my point the whole time. I said, if you want to run it through Jared Vanderbilt because Russ is guarding him, by all means do it. They weren't stupid. But I don't think that has necessarily been the issue when you talk about the offensive end. So, like, it doesn't need wholesale changes to the offense. And then when he gets the ball, he's got to do something with it. Like, he got the ball early in the game last night and was not making moves like that. Like, he was not putting people in a blender and putting them, putting his shoulder into their chest and finishing at the rim. Like, that wasn't what was happening. So that I will give him a little bit of grace because he's coming off of an injury, but that side of the ball seems fine with what the Kings are doing defensively in that fourth quarter. He was almost a liability out there.
Mm.
So if you're not giving the offensive performance and defensively you're a liability, we got to figure something out, much to your point. And I won't even say like this is because this is, it's not necessarily on him. Like, he has the ball. If he dribble hands off to Zach LaVine and Zach LaVine swings it over to Schroeder and he hits a three, Domas don't get no credit for that. You know what I'm saying? So the assist numbers are kind of whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think De'Aaron Fox, when he was here, allowing Domas to just do whatever for 3 quarters played a role in those assist numbers. But yeah, he got to figure something out. He's got to figure something out with how to have more of an impact on these games.
You mentioned the Utah game. They won that game by 1. This is the coldest 1-2 start ever because they won that, and I know, like, I know what the schedule looks like, and I understand like how we all get. We mentioned this the other day. Portland beat Golden State. It was the second night of a back-to-back for the Warriors. They beat them by like 20-something. Like, the Steve Kerr waved the white flag in the fourth quarter. The Warriors are better than the Trailblazers, right? There's games where, stuff is just going to happen. Like, the Kings are going to catch one. Like, they'll be able to get one. They'll win a game that they'll play really well from, start to finish. Like, I don't know if it's going to happen Tuesday. Maybe it happens Wednesday. Maybe it happens on this road trip at some point. Let me knock on something just to make sure we're covered here. But it just, like, this team, they haven't been awful this year. I think the thing that worries me most about the Kings is I feel like what you see is what you get. I feel like this is the team. You're going to have nights where Russ and Malik do what they do. More times than not, though, I think when Zach, DeMar, when all of those guys play that way, even with Domas's 10, 12, and 3 or whatever it was, they're going to win that game. You shoot that way from 3, they're going to win that game. They didn't last night, but I think last night will prove this year to be the exception rather than the rule. But the problem is, I think there's a lot of moments within, particularly the Suns game and the Lakers game, that you're going to get a lot this year. You're going to get streaks of really, really hot shooting. You're going to get streaks of really, really cold shooting. You're going to get a stretch where you're desperately going to need, 3-4 defensive stops to bring you back in. You're going to have a stretch where you need a defensive stop to win the game, which is what we saw Friday. Like, lost and all, like, hey, Domas got the putback, but in the end, it was a stop from Dennis Schroeder. That won them the game. Like, Utah had the last opportunity to win that game, and they weren't able to do it. So, which was a blast, by the way. We're huddled in the Sky River touchdown zone, watching the final minutes of that at the Sac State game. And I pulled it up, and the guys behind me, they pulled it up too, but they're way ahead of me. So they're reacting, and I'm looking at the phone, and finally I'm like, hey, man. And I turned around. I was like, hey, we got to use your phone. So he hands Katie the phone, and we're holding this guy's phone out. And shout out to those brothers because they listen to the show.
Yeah. So
we're all hanging on the final 30 seconds of this game on a phone at Sac State, as Sac State was getting roughed up by Montana. But that's how we saw that final putback from Domas and the final stop from Dennis Schroeder. And then but that's the King. That, to me, I think is going to be the King's season.
Yeah,
they're never going to look as cohesive as everyone wants them to.
Yeah, that's going to be kind of their nature, at least right now. Like this is what we talked about also on the handoff is it's 3 games in.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't expect them to have it figured out right now. I wouldn't expect them. You throw in Domas injury, throw in Keegan injury, it's going to look a little crazy right now, it feels like. And maybe that's who they are all year. I'm not even saying like for sure it'll get better or get more cohesive. Maybe that's just who they are. But there is a level of you look at the circumstances, you look how everything's going down, and 3 games in. Yeah, it's probably a little frenzied right now with trying to figure out how to piece this together. Number one, just because you got new people on the team, but number 2, now you're dealing with injuries. So we'll see if it gets better.
Yeah, you mentioned Keegan Murray. I want to bring him into the conversation. Also, we're going to have to spend a few minutes talking about your other team that lost this weekend.
Oh, brother.
I don't really know what to do with this one, to be honest with you. That was a weird game for the 49ers. I think I know why, and I think you do too, because you put it in our notes, and I think we feel the same way. So we'll get into the NFL and the 49ers as well. A lot more regarding the Sacramento Kings, including you mentioned Keegan Murray. I want to talk to him about him. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. It's D'Lo and KC. We're brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. There it is right there. I don't like those helmets.
Talking about the Steelers?
Oh, that was awful. That was terrible. I was talking about the Texans.
The worst of all time.
Well, how do you mess up a throwback, and why even throw it back if that's what it is?
Yeah, well, that's the question. Because
No,
those
throw it back.
those bums didn't know how to dress in the 30s.
It's embarrassing.
I don't know. That's worse than the Packers 1904 throwbacks. Stop bringing those up.
Yeah, I don't care about your team's history if they look like ass back then.
Stop bringing. I'd be so embarrassed after wearing those stupid ass jerseys.
Yeah, that's why you lost. Wearing the throwbacks at home should be like an automatic W for whatever team is wearing them. But the Steelers are the only team that knows how to get it wrong, I guess.
That interception late stuff.
Yeah, come on back. You gotta get that ball over the shoulder. That's gotta be an overthrow at the worst case.
Colts at Pittsburgh next week. Michigan, I hope y'all beat their ass. The more the Steelers lose, the better.
Aaron Rodgers was being a jackass last night too.
Was he?
Yeah, he yelled at.
On the field.
Are missing. Yeah,
I saw that.
And then I think they said he told Jordan Love he didn't want to exchange jerseys. Oh, crotchety old man.
I saw him say, "Oh, I want to retire a Packer too." Man, If I were the Packers, I'd be like, "No, we're good.
Good loss.
We don't want to sign you to a ceremonial contract, man. Sorry.
Kick rocks, big dog.
Go
Kick rocks.
Go retire a Jet." Wanda's back.
Guess who's Bazak? Your boy B. Mizak.
Sorry, D-Mac. I like the Steelers. I just don't like Aaron Rodgers. That's all it is. I do like the Steelers. I like Mike Tomlin. I just don't like your quarterback. No matter how many stories Dusty tells to try to change my mind.
D-Mac, I don't care about the Steelers. I don't care about them. I need to pass them up on the all-time Super Bowl list. Those little guys got 6. I had 2 tweets go absolutely crazy this weekend out of nowhere.
Kenny was just about to tell us how he went viral. My favorite thing that we do every day is me waiting to see if the guy's going to go, and now back to D'Lo and KC, and just not knowing.
You just never know.
This is my favorite thing. Kenny was about to tell us how he went viral this weekend.
Well, I wouldn't call it viral. It was a hot tweet.
Okay.
Somebody was talking about
over 200 likes.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I got you now.
It's all right. It's all right. That was a change up. It's all right. It's cool.
There was one of these basketball Twitter pages put up a little highlight of Zach LaVine. This was after first 2 games. It was like Zach LaVine has 61 points through his first 2 games. Pure skill, fade, step backs, crazy finishes, and all that.
I think I saw this tweet.
Yeah, and I was just
the
like,
most frustrating. Yeah,
I say he might be the most frustrating player in NBA history. Unbelievably skilled, can absolutely do everything on the court. And that one just went crazy with people responding, people fighting. I don't even think I respond. I might have responded like twice at the start of the tweet.
Those are the rules. Yep.
And then people just fighting with each other in the tweet. Bulls fans, Chicago then got involved in everything.
Boy.
So that was crazy. And then the other one was my question last night about the foul situation. Or is it his foul situation?
I don't think I saw this one.
His foul situation is wild. How in an NBA game is the free throw discrepancy ever plus 26 attempts for one team? This was like in the third quarter. Mind you, the Lakers started the game. I think I have it in these notes. In the first 4 minutes of the game, they had taken 10 free throws.
Oh, geez.
They were on it early. That was crazy. And we talk about the nitpicking of foul calls and all this other stuff. I don't know how Austin Reeves shoving Dennis Schroeder to the ground is not a foul. Just shoved him.
I don't know.
Let him play on one end. You don't let him play on the other end. Don't get it. The only truly soft player that was on the Lakers is DeAndre Ayton. Everybody else plays a physical brand of basketball. Jake LaRavia. Well, Austin Reeves doesn't really play physical either. But Jake LaRavia, Vanderbilt, Marcus Smart, Gabe Vincent when he was in there, get well soon. He left the game with, I think, an ankle injury. Shout out Gus. I saw him as well last night. But it's a physical game. It's like I talked about earlier in the handoff when I would coach. I taught a physical game. Like we're gonna put the forearm on your hip. All that. That's how I taught. So I'm not here to tell you, referee, that we're not fouling or you deem what we're doing is not fouling. But it's a physical game. There's no way the fouls right now can be 9-2 us. The game is physical. It's not physical on one side. And that's what we saw last night, where how I thought it was a physical NBA game. I didn't think the Kings were doing anything out of the norm as far as their physicality or, reaching and all this other stuff. I thought the Lakers were doing a lot of the same stuff. How is the discrepancy that much? It just boggles.
We can
boggles
ask
the mind.
ourselves this all day. We're never going to understand the answer. Like, we all watched the same game. We all saw it play out the same way. I don't have an answer. I did, left. I did leave, as we were talking about earlier, just kind of thinking about how you approach this the next day, and you start, running over the different scenarios with the foul. Like, okay, what is this? And then I watched the press conferences. Dennis, Doug, and DeMar. Dennis tried to answer everything. DeMar and Doug were essentially speechless. Like, they couldn't. Like, I mean, obviously that there is a certain level of, you don't criticize officials at the press conference because it's going to wind up costing you. Nothing good is going to come about of that. But just looking at them both sitting there, like, I think DeMar said that's crazy like 3 or 4 times. And I think Doug said that's wild like 3 or 4 times. Like, not in the course of the press conference. I mean, Doug sitting here looking at it. What'd you say? It's 46? That's wild. That's wild. That's wild. I don't know what I would have done. I might have just left if I was in the press conference room, because it's like, he doesn't want to talk about this. Like, he has nothing to offer. And that's not a criticism of Doug. It's like he's clearly frustrated. He knows there's certain things he can't say, and he's baffled by what happened on the floor. Now, I think the tough part I think the part that Doug has to get over quickly, which I'm sure he has, I'm sure they all have, is there's nothing you can pull film from the fouls and say, here's how we defend, and you have to be very strategic with the film that you pull, right? Because you can't pull a ticky-tack foul, because that's going to create, you have to pull fouls and say, here's how we can defend on this play without fouling. Here's how we can defend on this play without fouling. But you have to weed through all of that and talk about why you lost the game yesterday. You have to talk about, like, this team can't rebound. And you brought up Keegan Murray a minute ago. With the 3 games that we have, and we'll say with the 2 losses that we have, does Keegan Murray make a substantial difference in either of those games? It's an impossible question to answer, I understand. But when you look at some of the things that have gone wrong in Phoenix, hell, it went wrong in Utah. They got their ass kicked on the glass in Utah, but they won, right? So it's less of a talking point. They've gotten beat up in every game on the boards that they've played. How much does Keegan change that? They've had dry spells of shooting. Can Keegan fix that? Because Keegan goes through dry spells. There's so many unanswered questions with this team, because they're trying to figure so many things out, with Domas out to start, Keegan out to start, Domas back. Now who are we going to start at the 4? Let's try Isaac. That didn't work. Let's see if we can go Keon and go small. I don't know if they think starting Keon worked or not. And I don't know that you could do that against Oklahoma City tomorrow. But the question, this is the cold reality. The question of whether it worked might not matter. The question is, or the question might be, well, what else are we going to do? We're going to start Isaac Jones because he's taller? We're going to start Saric, Eubanks, and Domas together? There's no, I don't know that there's a light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, and part of me feels like when you break it down that way, that they need to, I don't know if this actually matters, but I think about the psyche and the rhythm of some of these players and teams. You might have to settle on a starting lineup until Keegan gets back. the jumping around from starter to non-starter to started last game and played X amount of minutes and doesn't play this game. That I don't think that's a good look.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't right now. It feels like it's not a good look. You know what I mean? You might have to do a situation where, and I would probably put Isaac Jones in that scenario where he starts and his minutes as a starter is what's kind of getting yo-yo to a certain degree, right? Like he may start and the matchup works and he plays 18 minutes. He may start and the matchup doesn't work and he plays 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
But he's the one starting in place of Keegan. That allows Keon to know every night, I'm coming off the bench. I'm getting myself ready mentally to come off the bench, do what we have to do. Maybe the way I play or the matchups earns me more minutes along the way. But there's something about the and it's only been 3 games, but the rotating 4-spot starting spot that might not work out.
But we kind of knew, though. Like we talked about that when Keegan got hurt, as we got further along in this, like they might not be able to find a guy to start it for. And I don't know if it's they're searching for a guy to start it for, or they're just making adjustments game to game because they're just trying something else. Maybe it's matchup based. Like I have no idea. Maybe we'll learn something tomorrow, or maybe we'll learn something this week, given the fact that they play Tuesday and Wednesday.
And I would say find a guy to start for. Like
find a guy to start every game. Keegan Murray's not playing.
Hell yeah. And to be fair, now once again, this is kind of what we talk about. Number one, it's 3 games. Number two, one of the guys that the guy who was starting on opening night got hurt.
Right.
So
right.
We talk about
it's a constant state of adjustment.
Yeah, like they had to adjust from Keegan getting hurt. Then they had to adjust for a week with Domantas getting hurt. Then the guy that they put in for Keegan, he got hurt. You got to adjust to that again. And we'll talk.
Well,
about
all
this
the while Isaac Jones was sick.
Yeah,
that was
unavailable.
It was
the second game, right?
The first one.
Maybe
it was the second one.
It was the first one.
Okay,
it was the first one. He was
he started the second one.
Right.
Yeah.
So, there's a lot going on for a team that is still trying to find themselves as a group. They're still trying to figure out what their identity is. And it's frustrating to us because we want them to have that identity and be ready to go game 1. Probably not going to be that way. It probably won't be that way after this road trip, regardless of what happens. Like they'll still be trying to get used to playing with each other.
I mentioned, I don't remember if it was on the air during a break, that I watched a little bit of Starting 5. And I was watching a particular clip or a particular part of an episode. It's like, what am I looking at? And Tyrese was limping. Mm-hmm. I was like, well, I don't think he gets hurt till the last episode. So what is this? I forgot Ty had I think it was a hamstring to start. Was it calf?
Yeah.
To start last season.
Oh, to start the season. I think it was the hamstring. Yeah.
And they started out terrible, or they started out bad and turned very kind of quietly turn their season really from the turn of the calendar through the end of the season. There was a part of me that thought, well, we can't wait that long. You're not going to lose your entire season. As dreadful as people think that this next stretch of basketball is, and as awful as they think the Kings will be, they're probably not going to lose their entire season in the next month. So if you can figure some things out along the way while getting Keegan Murray back, I guess around maybe around the middle of November, Thanksgiving, somewhere around there, and start implementing some things there. If you could just you don't even have to keep your head above water. Just be able to grab some oxygen every few games. Like they might be able to survive this. And then I think we can all make and everyone, the problem with this start is a lot of people were already really negative about this team. And all of this does was just solidify how they already feel.
Right.
You and I were a little less negative, I think, but I'll speak for me. I can be turned on that.
Mm-hmm.
I just need to see the full complement of players.
Right.
I need to see a better execution of what they want to do with Keegan in the lineup. And truth be told, with Nate Clifford in the lineup, I need to see how this plays out in its totality. And if it stinks, y'all win. I was wrong. We'll just get through this together.
Mm-hmm.
But until then, like it's tough to make these proclamations. My bigger concern becomes like when Keegan. So one question I have through at least the last two through the weekend games is Domantas Sabonis. Well, what does Keegan Murray's return do for Domantas Sabonis? I don't know. I don't even know how the two are related, but I'm sure they are somehow. And it just becomes like, all right, Keegan's return is going to answer some questions while simultaneously creating some more. Rotations change, roles change, playing time changes. Nate Clifford returns. Now all of a sudden you have now, of course, other injuries could happen along the way, and has been the case the first week of the season. That's going to happen. But if you wind up with your full complement of players, that creates an entire new page of questions that we can't even ask right now because two of their main guys, one starter and one of their main rotation guys, aren't even available.
One just came back after being hurt for a week.
And that was Domas, right? And Domas might have come back early, right? So I'm being critical of his play yesterday. You know, we got bailed out. Again, one thing I won't question is his toughness. Like he fought for that offensive rebound. He fought to make sure he got up and got something there at the end of that Utah game. But that is one line item of questions. And as Keegan, Neek start to come back, it's just going to create another line item. And along the way, they're going to have to figure it out. Like they're going to have to figure things out before having all of those. It's never going to be like nice and neat for them. It's just not. It's going to be messy. And they're going to have to figure out a way to win games that aren't cute, to have a season that isn't pretty, and to find a way to, get to January or February where it looks like you can at least continue to, claw in the division.
I think this was the low point of
quick. Shot clock's expiring. It's D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the Odyssey app. My bad.
We're going to have to review that to see if it hit the bottom of the rim.
It
did. So
killed the momentum.
It's good. It's good. New York says it's good.
New York says thank you, good. New York. First thing New York's gotten right in a while.
The low point last year for the Pacers looks to be 10-15 on December 8th.
Wow.
And they end up going to the NBA Finals. Not predicting that for the Kings.
Well, you heard it here first. You heard it here first.
By any means. But between injury and trying to figure out the style of play, it took them a while to get going. And that may be what happens with the Kings a little bit. I thought they were going to be, like you mentioned, I thought they were going to be better than others did. Low 40s wins type team. Thought that's who they could be. I didn't think they could be that if two starters were out or one starter was out. Like the prediction is based on health. And especially at that position, they just don't have a lot to fill in for Keegan Murray when he's not there. So that's problematic in itself. But you talk about rotations changing when he gets back. There's going to be another adjustment, a game strategy style of play, an adjustment to that when Keegan Murray comes back. So they've, like you said, find a way to get oxygen every now and then. Yeah. You might not stay above water the entire time, but be able to get back up to the surface and get some oxygen so you can stay alive. And I'm always concerned about the psyche of this team.
Yeah.
I don't know if this team is mentally tough enough to go through some of the things they may have to go through.
But it feels okay right now.
It does.
Like the reaction to the 20-point loss was positive. I mean, you know what I mean? It was as positive as it can be, right? Like it didn't feel like anything like overly bad or catastrophic. I think free throws are going to be a talking point. I think hopefully defending without fouling will be a talking point for those guys privately. But in the end, they were in a game that they lost, right? There's nothing. We could talk about Luka being out. We could talk about LeBron being out. Like that doesn't matter. We don't even have a Luka and LeBron, so it doesn't matter, right? We have the reality is we like Zach LaVine is an Austin Reeves level player. Like Austin Reeves is a very, very, very good player. I think maybe Zach LaVine like a smidge bit higher, but they're in the same vicinity, right? Luka and LeBron don't exist on our team. They don't exist on Sacramento. So them being absent from the Lakers is irrelevant to us. And like if those guys chose to make that a talking point, that's fine. But in the end, you just lost a basketball game yesterday. Now you're getting on the road and you're going to be challenged against some of the conferences best teams. Chicago, it seems like no matter what, they're tough. Like that's an absolutely tough basketball team. And so I don't think they're splintered or fractured. And I'm not even at the point of like concern with that. But I'm always watching the same person. If we get a bad post-game interview from Malik Monk, then I'll cry. I'll just show up here on the radio. I'll be like, guys, it's over. It's over.
Man, so it's funny you said it because I asked the question on Friday, like, why is there so much angst for the psyche of this team, the psyche of this group? And I think I figured it out, for me at least. A lot of the times you look at the team's best player and you say, that's usually, it's not always the case, but that's usually the pulse of that team. I think today, Zach LaVine is the Kings' best player.
I agree.
I don't know how I feel about Zach LaVine. Like, not the man, like I like him or whatever, but do I look at Zach LaVine? Is he a unifier? Is he tough enough mentally and emotionally in a basketball sense where when things are going south that he can galvanize people, that he can be the type of guy that keeps things from splintering? Or is he just kind of the marches to the beat of his own drum type guy?
I feel like he's that. Does he have to be those other things when you have? So can I go back a second to you said, I don't know why we're always worried about the psyche of this team. You laid out the thing about Zach. I think part of it might be the fact that it's just a kind of a collection of players. You know what I mean? Like there's no like if I went and did a show with Chris Watkins and it didn't work, it's like, all right, I love Chris, that's my man, but like, okay, it's whatever. Like we feel like whatever. I have no investment in that. The investment is here with D'Lo, Casey, and Jesse. That's the investment.
Right.
And so we feel we feel differently. The stream goes down. We feel that differently. The numbers are down. Like we feel that differently. When you're just thrown together and you put the same uniform on, like it's not the same. So I think a lot of it is, you talk about psyche. How much longer are these guys going to stay engaged if they don't care about one another? Are they going to stay locked in on a common goal if they don't care about it? I think it might be that they have no growth together. So with Zach, like the answer, I can't even imagine Zach doing any of the things that you just referenced, like being galvanizing. Again, I don't think there's any, to me, I believe he is the team's best player, but I can't picture him doing any of that.
Really?
But I can DeMar. I can picture DeMar doing it. And whether you like it or not, I could picture Russell Westbrook doing
Well,
it.
I was about to say Russ
And Malik.
Russ has no attachment to any of these people, right? Maybe tomorrow, but you get what I'm saying. Like he ain't gone through the wars on a team with these guys. And the second he came in, we're here, we're talking, we're galvanized, we're together. Like let's figure this out. Something didn't go wrong in the first game of the season. Nah, we need to sit down. We need to talk about this after practice, everybody, to make sure everybody is on the same page. I believe a lot of the times, and that's great for Russ to do that. That's fantastic. But I do believe a lot of the times the team will take on the persona of its best player. And yeah, if it's Zach has shown, I give Zach a lot more credit than a lot of people do, but he's shown moments where he cares about winning. He's passionate about it. Like he's locked in.
I don't think he doesn't care.
But he's shown that. Like just because you show it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But he's actually shown it. Like people would say, "Oh, he doesn't care about winning." Well, you don't know that. You don't know his heart. But just because he kind of just goes through without any emotion, they say he doesn't care. He's shown emotion a couple of different times here. He's shown a level of intensity. I've seen him do it when if they start off 3-10, is he gonna? No, we're still here, guys. We're still here. Or is that going to be somebody else's job?
You know who has a personality like Zach LaVine? I'll tell you when D'Lo and KC return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. '13th round, which I don't even know.
It is, but not today. No. Oh, my bad. There was no boxing watching over the weekend, so there's really not a lot going on in boxing right now. My shoes are just, ugh.
You saw this, right?
Yeah. I heard they're talking about that. I thought Pacquiao, who were they saying Pacquiao might fight? Not Floyd. There was somebody else, maybe a month or two ago, that they were talking about he might fight person X. Because he still wants to fight, like, for real. Over the weekend, I right before I was watching the Iverson doc, actually, I was watching Marquez and Pacquiao, the knockout, because it was on the channel. That was crazy. That was so crazy. Marquez was roided out of his mind, first and foremost. And the intensity and the atmosphere, that was a moment. That was one of the great boxing moments of all time. Pacquiao getting knocked out like that. Not because he got knocked out. I don't have a problem with Manny Pacquiao. But I didn't see that coming. I did not see that happening. I thought this was just going to be,
Hey, neither did he.
yeah, another action-packed fight. He would win, and we'd have to, hear again. Oh, he's got to fight Mayweather. That's what was going on for like 2-3 years. And when he got knocked out, and Roy Jones goes, "Oh, he's not getting up, Jim. He's not getting up, Jim." That was epic. Epic. And it was a great fight. Like, those two were getting after it. The hell you talking about admitting? I said that when I saw 24/7. And busted the speed bags. I
He
said,
test
"What
positive
the
after
fuck?"
the fight.
I don't know if he took a test because he definitely would have tested negative or positive or whatever.
Barry didn't test positive, neither did Marquez.
This guy busted 2 speed bags at the end of his career. I said, "What the hell?" So what the hell is that? Yeah, he was.
Sure, the speed bags weren't maybe work speed bags and not shoot speed bags.
Cool. Also,
That's a good question.
I just ask them. I don't get paid to answer them.
Although, yeah, I was about to say, is there going to be any video? But people
I
using their
assume
phone.
so.
Where's it going to go? Since 3 years in, we haven't gotten that rectified yet.
Assume Instagram, but I don't know. Lazy, are you here tomorrow? Did Complex call you about tomorrow? Oof. I got to be honest. I had a little procedure done on Friday, and I didn't think I would still be this uncomfortable on Monday.
Oh, no.
It's they tell you the first 48 hours, just get through that. It's like, well, I did. It's still not completely comfortable. But I can't imagine what Michael Scott went through.
Oh, Michael Scott, boy. When he did that, that was crazy when he said, it's a small procedure, not a large
What'd he do,
procedure.
Kenny? What'd he do? What did he do, Kenny?
He went to
Snip, snap, snip, snap.
It's literally one of the most iconic lines. This is terrible.
Nobody,
He said-
you have no idea what that does to a person.
He said, it's not a small procedure. It's just a procedure.
Nope.
All right, we'll take a laugh
it's
for
not
that one.
even a-
Yeah. Every time you do that, it's just disrespecting me and Damien and the rest of whoever's watching that show.
Disrespectful.
Oh, man.
Complex's office and back.
You were talking about the okay, good. You're the first person I said who said it hurt for about a week. Okay, good.
Oh,
I'm
man.
glad to hear that. Also, Alfonso, just between us, how long before you were back at it? That's what
Whoa.
I need to know the answer to.
Yeah,
That's
just
what
between you two.
just between us. How long before? Yeah, we're talking in code. It's like Michael told Stanley. We're talking in code. It's fine. You were talking about Zach LaVine's personality a minute ago, and could he be the guy to to galvanize everybody and that whole thing? And you were describing Zach LaVine's personality, and I asked you, I gave you an entire commercial break to think about it. Do you know who Zach LaVine's personality reminds me
Yeah,
of?
because I thought about it when I said it.
You think we can reuse a segment from last year pertaining to this too? And we're talking about the same person?
I'm not sure. Who do you think it is?
Sounds like Darren Fox.
Who do you think it is?
Aaron Fox.
I was going to say Kenny Caraway.
Huh?
Wait just a minute.
De'Aaron is more of a I don't see, because I thought about De'Aaron after a particular Zach LaVine press conference. Zach is really laid back. De'Aaron's not the same to me. I don't see those two as the same. Now I understand. I feel like you can ask the same questions.
That's probably more where I'm going to. Like, we were doing the same thing last year about, does the team take on De'Aaron, the leader's personality? Is that a good thing? And now here we are talking about like Zach LaVine and them taking on his now, I guess.
So one thing we know about Kenny is Kenny's not going to react to like everything. But every once in a while, those everythings add up. And it's like, okay, well, now I'm going to react. And you'll react to me all of the time. But when you get to that boiling point is when you react to the people who could do something about it. And I wonder if that is Zach LaVine. Or is he a guy who just doesn't react? I don't know the answer to that because I don't know him well enough. As a player, I sincerely, I wasn't tapped into Bulls press conferences and Timberwolves press I never was. Like, I always had an idea of what his demeanor was, but I had no idea what that meant for the Bulls are in the midst of a 4-game losing streak or a 5-game losing streak. How's their best player reacting to it? I just listened to him, and he's very laid back. He's very, it feels like he's composed when he talks, but that's publicly. We talked about Doug and DeMar and even Dennis, their reaction to what happened last night. That was their public reaction. I don't know what their reaction was privately. Right. Just like I don't know what Zach's reaction is to moments like this privately. Is Zach a bigger talker in practice before the cameras get in than, when the cameras finally arrive? Every delivery I've ever heard from Zach LaVine, from his introductory press conference to when he spoke a couple of nights ago, it sounds exactly the same. But that's with the camera in front of him. This is an 11-year vet. Like, he knows how to do this. But if Doug said, hey, come in, sit in, no phones, off the record, just watch practice, how different is it? Right. And I don't know, because I feel like I can envision DeMar. I feel like I can envision Russ. I don't really know what I don't know what I'd see with Zach LaVine.
And I think that is where, for me at least, that's where the angst comes in. And like always, are they tough enough to go through what they're about to go through? Because I don't know. It's not even, when I bring up Zach, it's not even to say that Zach can't be the type of guy, be the best player that they need to get through something like this. Much like you just said, I don't know enough about Zach LaVine. I'm not sure about him. I have an idea of who he is and a thought of who he is and what he can do, but I don't know. So I don't know if they can stand the rain led by a guy like Zach LaVine. We'll find out together, but it's not going to be, for me at least, it's not going to be necessarily the 4-game road trip or the next 15 games that they have that are good or whatever. It's how do you respond after that? Let's just say after next week. You say you go 0-4. How do you respond after that? Are you tough enough as a group and as a leader to stay locked in on the prize, stay locked in on the marathon, and not let that deter you or not let that splinter the group from what you guys are trying to achieve? Are you guys tough enough for that? Are you tough enough to say, hey, we're 3-8 right now, but it doesn't matter. Let's continue to take it one game at a time and try to get better with each game. Or you can be like everybody else says. Like, it's also, if you do listen to this type of stuff, it's also a battle against your perception and the expectations that people have for you. Because if you get to the point where you're 3-8, 3-9, 3-10, maybe all those people were right. Maybe we're not good. As opposed to saying, no, we're still good. We've got things that we've got to figure out and we've got to get better at. But I still believe in what this team could be. A lot of people just fall into what everybody else says. Like, well, maybe those people were right. Maybe
so you know what? Good. I don't think they do. I don't think they'll fall into that maybe everybody was right category. I mean, these are the same guys, DeMar and even Russ during his introductory press conference, who were like, yeah, like I have a problem. Like DeMar was like, I'm pissed off about the way this team is talked about. Russ, what do you what excites you the most about this team, or something like that? How much doubt people have about them, about us? Okay, so those are like I think it would take a lot to get to that. Maybe we're right. What I worry about, and this is where the collection of players comes into play, and just for the sake of argument, I'm going to say a collection of players versus a team, right? This is where the collection of players comes in to where, oh yeah, no, I don't like the way they're talking about us, but yeah, if Domas did this, or if this person did that, or if this person did that, we'd be in a better spot. I think it's easier to point fingers at someone that you don't love. And it's, I don't know. Thankfully, they're 1-2, and then not 1-10. And these aren't really questions that I think warrant answers right now. They just have a brutal stretch ahead of them. They've got to figure out a way to win some really tough basketball games. But overall, at least in the scope of a now 79-game season, they got to find a way to play better basketball on both ends of the floor. They've done some really good things offensively. They've gone cold offensively. That's the league. Like, that's just what's going to happen. Sometimes it won't be as dramatic as 60% versus 30%, but like, there's going to be up and down moments. There's going to be runs. There's going to be big quarters. There's going to be all of that stuff. Can they get stops when they need them most on the defensive end? Can they put together a string of good defensive performances that put them in a position to win games?
Yeah, and much like you just broke down, I think about the mental and emotional aspect to that. Like everything that you talked about when those guys talking about they're pissed off for how people are talking about us and the doubting. I don't dispute that. I know that's 100% how you feel. Mm-hmm. It's easier to have the focus on that when you're 0-0. When you're 3-10,
yeah,
can you still keep that same energy and keep that same focus on the things that upset you in that moment?
Mm-hmm.
And we'll hopefully we won't find out. Hopefully we never find out if they can.
That'd be great.
that would
be great.
But if they get close to that, can they kick out of it? To use a wrestling term, can they kick out of that?
And those won't be questions we get the answers for a while. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the 3:00 hour. Again, it was a bad weekend all around. We mentioned Sac State. They got beat by Montana on Friday night. And then it didn't get any better on Sunday when the San Francisco 49ers, they just looked bad. It was just a bad football game.
It looked sluggish.
It was it was kind of gross.
Like they just never really got connected. Defense never got any kind of pressure. Texas offense did what they wanted. And I felt like Mac Jones, that offense just never got any sort of connection.
That was the first time all year where I thought, man, the defense just doesn't look good. But there's probably a valid reason for that.
Yeah, I think three, and well, I'll add Malik Mustafa because he probably would have started if he didn't start the season hurt. But I think at the end of that game or in the second half of that game, you had 3 starters from the 11 that you projected to have on the opening day roster starting. Wow. Maybe 4 because maybe Upton Stout started like at your nickel cornerback. But yeah, that is brutal.
Yeah,
for that group, and that was the first time I feel like we saw them this year and said, yeah, it's cute that everybody's next man up, but you need your big dogs if you're trying to do something. And I was trying to figure out all week why. I mean, the NBA started and the NBA was popping, but I was like really. I just had nondescript feelings for this game on Sunday. I might have been like the 49ers. I was just like in zombie mode for this game. Wasn't excited.
Halloween week.
This is true. Wasn't excited, wasn't like down. And I tried to figure out, I was like, well, win or lose, like, what does this even mean? Like, say they won against Houston. What does it mean? Because now Bryce Huff is hurt. And at the time, I thought Deommodore Lenoir was hurt. Like, I knew, say everybody's hurt or all these people are hurt and they win, it almost wouldn't matter. It's like, you can't keep this up. Like, you can't keep losing people and keep winning games. And I think that was on my mind. It's like, did anybody come back this? No, nobody came back. So, all right, they'll either win or it'll be too much and they'll lose. And I'll be scouring the practices this week to see if somebody's coming back. Somebody's coming back, because I don't think anything is really going to matter for this team moving forward unless you start to get these starters back. And I think it starts with Brock Purdy. You mentioned this a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
And you're spot on. You said, yeah, at some point, like Mac, you're going to need your starter back. Mac did his job, had an incredible 2-3 weeks or whatever, but he's the backup for a reason. And to me, there was never any quarterback controversy. Brock is the better quarterback.
Absolutely.
And it felt like we're starting to see the limitations of Mac. Not that Mac has been bad. I don't think he was like awful yesterday and get him off the field, but you're seeing the lack of mobility, which is starting to be an issue for a team that doesn't have this great offensive line. You're starting to see the inability to make plays on the fly that Brock Purdy is really good at. Brock Purdy is really, really good. I think he's a marksman with his accuracy. You're starting to see some of these passes from Mac Jones be a little inaccurate, and that be the difference between a catch or an incompletion, or even a catch and tackle immediately, or a catch and taking the yak, up the field.
Mm-hmm.
So I think everything starts with getting Brock Purdy back. And I'm not sure when that's going to happen, but I think for me, that'll be when things start to turn around as far as my mindset of what this team could do and who they could be. If they keep losing guys and win a game next week, but Bryce Huff is still out for 4, it don't matter. Like, it's not going anywhere ultimately.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail. They need their starting quarterback back. There's like Mac Jones Mac Jones has shown he's a better quarterback than I think a lot of us anticipated him to be, but he is a backup quarterback, and there does come a point where you're reminded, like, yes, he's a backup quarterback in the NFL. To win at a very high level, you need your starting quarterback to play. There's obviously very rare circumstances. Brock Purdy is one of those very rare circumstances, right? He got his opportunity to be the 49ers starting quarterback for the foreseeable future because that team lost multiple starting quarterbacks. I just don't think that that's a regular thing, as much credit as we give Kyle Shanahan in this offense. You got to have a guy back out there who can make plays. The heroics of the Kittle McCaffrey stuff from a week ago, man, that disappeared quickly. That was there were theories and called shots with player of the week that George Kittle put out there, and all of those different things, and what goals that he set out there for Christian McCaffrey in his return. But it amounted to nothing. Like, it was just as flat of a football game as I've seen this team play, certainly this year. It was like lifeless, and they still had a chance.
Yeah.
I mean, even
got it to 8.
You had what I feel, it was a really tough interception late in that game that just kind of ended things for the San Francisco. And shout out to the 49ers. They actually got an interception yesterday.
Yeah.
It's not something you hear very often, but I think it was Deommodore Lenoir was able to end that.
A lot of people thought maybe he should have got down to give him a chance.
14-week streak, 15 week.
I thought it might have been 13.
Okay, 13.
anyways,
But anywhere around
a long
there.
streak. Yeah. So as bad as it was, like they still had a chance. I think the thing that shocked me the most, because of, we have talked about the Mac Jones, Brock Purdy aspect of this. We've talked about the different, shortcomings on the offensive end that they've had to survive. The thing that was most glaring by far is that it felt like Houston's offense just had their way with the San Francisco 49ers defense. And that's not, again, something that we have said at all this year during all of the low moments that the 49ers have had. They've never been dominated before. And even though the score doesn't show that, the time of possession does. 41 minutes CJ Stroud had the football yesterday. And that is just that's just not something you see from San Francisco very often. I think the stat was all of the scoring drives that Houston had to start the game, 9+ plays. So like they were out there, and they were out there. They were moving the chains. They were
on third down, all that.
Bleeding that clock, and it just resulted in the strangest game so far of the 49ers season, and just a loss.
Yeah, and it really felt like nobody on that team was awake to start the game. Like they were all sleepwalking at the start of that game. And to be fair, I mean, those things are going to happen. Those games are going to happen. There's a few different reasons why we think it's starting to happen with the 49ers, but in an 18-game season, you're going to have one where you just can't get it going. The year they went to the Super Bowl, one of the ones that stand out to me was the Browns game, where they lost on. Now Jeff Schwartz and that defense, they did a really good job, but the Niners just couldn't. They had been humming. I think that was after the Sunday night game against Dallas that they just destroyed the Cowboys on. I think it was the very next game. And they just could not get things going. They kept getting a bunch of penalties that, you'd make a positive play on the offensive end, holding 10 yards, coming back. Positive play, illegal formation, fight. It just couldn't get it going. And I thought that's what happened a lot yesterday. We'll see if this is the beginning of not being able to get things going, or just a blip in the radar. Did you see that stat that came up during the game, and that I tweeted out about Kyle Shanahan, the injury situation?
I don't think so.
This is not funny. This is actually, I'm laughing to keep from crying. But Kyle Shanahan, I think D Winters had just gone out, and Fox put up a graphic that said, in the Shanahan era that started in 2017, the 49ers have lost 2,036 games due to injury.
Jesus.
For a point of reference, obviously, like, you got multiple players and things add up and multiply and stuff. For a point of reference, the Kyle Shanahan era has only been 140 games. They've lost 2,036 games due to injury.
Well, I feel like,
and look at the graphic they used for Kyle when they did it. Look at.
Oh, come on, man.
That was just when D Winters went out, man. My dog, man. Oh, man.
It could get worse.
Yeah.
They're at New York on Sunday.
Oh, brother, stay off that.
Brock,
come back.
Nothing ever goes well in New York.
Come back the following week, Brock. Mac Jones like, why I gotta play? You see my knee. I keep grabbing my knee every time. Why I gotta play in the Meadowlands or MetLife, whatever it is.
They're still 5 weeks from a bye. Like, they're not even close.
Gosh, bro.
They got New York in New York, the Giants, that is, excuse me. They got the New York Giants at MetLife Stadium in New Jersey this Sunday. And then they're back. They got the Rams. Then they're at Arizona, back home to take, what a schedule this is. Back home to take on the Panthers, and then back out in Cleveland.
Yeah.
Shout
a
out,
lot of back and forth.
shout out to TC. He's in the chatty house, and he says Shanahan got out coached by the little homie. No matter how you want to slice it. TC has been waiting for weeks to say something like that because they've been winning games.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. Outcoached is always funny to me because it's like, okay, tell me how. Tell me what D'Amico Ryans did, how he schemed. Tell me what D'Amico Ryans did that outcoached Kyle Shanahan. And I feel like there are some people who can very eloquently answer that question. And then there are some people who can't. But it's a very easy term to lie on when I would just tend to lean on, and it's again, I'm not stalling the 49ers out. Their defense was made up of a bunch of backups. Like that was a second string. That was primarily a second string defense. And it's one thing to remove, man, you remove a skill player like Nick Bosa. That's tough, guys. We got to rally. You remove the heart. Hey, we got to get out there. We can't fill in for Fred Warner, but we can all collectively find a way to do something different. Man, you start removing like 4 or 5 other players, it just becomes like, hey, man, just good luck.
Yeah.
Just go do the best you can, guys.
It's like we've talked about this before, but like I know last year a couple times, and we'll see it again when the Kings, for instance, when they win a game, a close game, and the other team finishes like 2 of their last 9 from the field, and they'll be like, oh man, the Kings are locked up at the end of that game.
Mm-hmm.
And then we watch the film and they're the same wide open shots that don't win any other time. No, they didn't play better defense. They just missed the shots. On the flip side, RIP, before we get out of here, like you said it a couple times. There was some shots last night. Austin Reeves, they were there.
Mm-hmm.
The defense was there. He was on a
Mm-hmm.
heater.
Mm-hmm.
You could argue you shouldn't let him get on a heater before you get to that point, but it wasn't like he was running around wide open in the fourth quarter. He was defended.
Well, I was going to say,
contested.
I feel like you're more likely to get on a heater if someone's guarding you. Like that,
he was. He got on a heater because he kept going to the free throw line. I think I saw he was 5 of 16 at one time. He wasn't like killing. He just kept going to the free throw line.
Was he 5 of 16 from the field at one time?
Yeah.
Jesus. 12 of 22. Oh, that's insane. But 21 of 22.
He made his free throws.
Hey, salute.
Make your free
He was
throws.
21 of 22, and the Kings were 12 of 18.
He was just being more aggressive.
You know what the worst part about that is? My boy missed 4 of them.
Oh, that was tough to see.
He had a rough night at the free
that was
throw
tough to
line.
see.
We'll come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. Talk more Kings basketball on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Oh, let me flip-flop away. I need the vacuum after this. Come look at what's going on.
Is the foam falling out?
Bro, this is crazy. I need the vacuum.
Oh, no. Oh, this is tragic.
Oh my God.
It's a crime scene over here. And Casey's shoe. He out there dragging his foot like his leg is broke. What's that? Both. Yeah, Gio's good. Yeah. What the? Oh. Did
Hey, this gonna be an embarrassing walk to the car, bro. It's flip flopping and oh man. Nah, I legit.
I'm guessing. I think I know your routine just because of the amount of time it takes you. I'm guessing you didn't walk all the way downstairs. Just
No. This is gonna be tough, man. I want to take this shoe off.
Can you imagine walking down the hall and like someone sees you, like, oh, what happened to your shoes? Your shoes are ripped, pal.
What if this happened tomorrow?
Oh. This is gonna change Kenny's whole. We have a KSFM centric thing that we have to do tomorrow at 5. This is gonna change Kenny's whole process. He's gonna start packing shoes for those.
Really,
for those who are just
traumatizing.
For those who are just tuning in, Kenny's shoe exploded, like full on Zion Williamson exploded, and we are.
It's getting worse. By the way,
No, it is. You have to see. Like it is falling apart inside the studio. There's little foam pieces like everywhere, like under his chair. It's an absolute. It's a bloodbath. It is an absolute
Jonathan,
bloodbath.
we need the vacuum.
No, we as a shoe, we need the vacuum. And
Crazy.
It's like asbestos falling from the ceiling from Kenny's shoes.
It's terrible. It is absolutely terrible.
One of the worst days of my life. I love these shoes too.
So, but now we all know if you're one of those people like me, and now I've started to run through what is my oldest. I have a pair, and this is gonna hurt.
Oh no!
I have a pair of, I think it was 11. I think I could look at the box and check the 2011 re-release of the university white 11s.
Yeah.
Still in the box.
No, go try them out tonight.
Wear those tomorrow to work.
Like
Go
Nunu.
try them out tonight, brother.
Yeah, whatever shoes you haven't worn the longest, make sure you wear those tomorrow.
Oh man, let this be a lesson, guys. Let this be a lesson. Wear your shoes.
That now I'm thinking, what haven't I want? Go get those white horses. Because if something happened to those white horses, I'd be sick.
Yeah, just go.
I've managed to keep those in pristine condition for a decade.
Wear them around the house every now and then if you don't want to wear them, but you got to wear them, I guess.
When's the last time you wore those shoes, Casey, before they blew up?
Ooh, good question.
We're talking. Excuse me. We're talking a couple of years. We're talking about probably 3, 4, maybe 5.
Okay,
years.
I would. Oh, okay.
You got any 3, 4, 5 years in your closet, Damon?
Yep.
Now look, I will say this.
I have given some of those. I did give away the ones that are that old, like they're in a box. That they're like those. They're brand new.
Yeah.
They have not been touched.
Yeah.
Oh,
go wear them tonight.
I'll be sick if something happened to those.
The killer with these is I got good wear out of these. I wore these a lot. So it's a combination of wear and tear and then just not wearing for X amount of years. So it's a combination of both. But I just talked to my man Mario about restoring some of these shoes too. And he told me, he said, yeah, you might need a whole there. I got the other side of the Raging Bull pack.
It's only about a 1,200 to replace them, so that's nothing. That's a Keon Ellis free throw from.
Oh, jeez, get 2.
Well, could have if he had made it.
I'd ask James to get them for me if he would have made it.
No, he didn't.
James Ham coming up in about 8 minutes or so.
Yeah, he'll join us right here at the top of the hour.
Oh my bad. I'm interrupting
good.
for
Go
the
ahead.
second time. I was gonna, because we were talking about the 49ers and injuries, and we talked about Cam Scatterbo.
Mm-hmm.
Is it just me, or are there an insane amount of injuries in the NFL this year?
Oh, it feels like it. Yeah, like bad ones too.
Yeah, and I remember like last year. So last year during the playoffs and the finals, everybody was complaining about the NBA. Like, oh, we've got to do something. Why are these people keep getting hurt? Nobody says this about the NFL because I guess they're just used to people getting hurt. But it seems like there is a crazy amount of injuries this year. I could be wrong, but just watching the league, it feels that way.
Just a bunch of freak accidents, though. Like Tyreek Hill got rolled up on his leg, and it's just freak accidents.
Well, the bad ones, the bad ones like that. That's but just like look at the Niners. I think the Ravens have an injury issue like that.
There's another team with just a gang of injuries. I can't remember. I saw it the other day. But there's a couple of different teams that are like the Niners. You know what I'm saying? And it's nobody's like the Niners, but close to it.
I don't want to say they are whatever, because like you've always had to follow the rules. Maybe they're just reporting everything now. Because I mean, we've never heard like a football player being healthy throughout the season. Like these guys are all hurt all the time. So maybe it's just any little thing that pops up now.
Could be.
Well, given the way the last few days has gone, and yeah, you got to report everything.
Yeah.
That Baltimore Ravens story is still weird to me.
Which story?
The Lamar Jackson story, where they said Lamar Jackson was a partial participant on Thursday, but then accidentally said he was a full participant on Friday without noting he participated, but he participated with the scout team. He didn't participate with the ones. They had to send out a statement, I think it was on Saturday, saying, yeah, no, he was a participant with the scout team and he's out Sunday. Then they had to issue a second statement after the first statement fell flat. And of course, you know who their coach is. So the apple doesn't fall from. The apple
You got it.
doesn't fall far from the other apple.
That's not it.
It's not, but Harbaugh's not the tree. The other Harbaugh cheater isn't the tree.
Whoa!
He's
Why
another
you call him a
apple.
cheater? Whoa!
I'm saying there's questions that maybe John, game the system a little bit, and given who his brother is, thus the other apple, the apple doesn't fall far from the other apple.
The man is simply trying to enjoy his mini bye week, and you got guys in Sacramento calling him a cheater.
Who's mini bye week?
The Chargers.
No, he is a cheater.
No,
the one
he's not.
I don't know, he is a cheater. The one I don't think is a cheater is John.
He's just trying to enjoy, like I said, his mini bye. And Damian Barling in Sacramento, not Kenny Caraway, because I wouldn't disrespect you that way.
Well, I
Coach.
guess this is a lot like when Malcolm Brogdon heard the show and just quit. Did you see the clip of DeMarcus?
Yeah. That was crazy. I want to know what happened. I know they had issues before, but
oh yeah.
Why was Jason trying to talk crazy about something?
I mean, was Jason Thompson really emailing his co-host?
That's crazy. He said it was Channing, right? Or
is that who it was?
Yeah. Or Chandler. I said Channing. That's who Michelle, who was just laying out all the info. She's like, oh no, it wasn't me. It was Channing, Chandler. Yeah. Emailing him. Why would he do that?
He called him tissue paper soft.
Why would he do that? So yeah, DeMarcus, he gonna say what needs to be said. He was waiting for an opportunity. Had nothing to do with nothing. Said, DeMarcus, what you think about Trae Young in Atlanta? Soft as tissue. Now I'm talking about Jason Thompson.
Wasn't there a rumor they got in like a fist fight?
Yeah. Wasn't it on the plane?
That's what I thought. That's on the team plane.
That's crazy.
Well, I guess maybe it's not a rumor anymore. I guess we got that one checked.
Right. Oh, did you see, speaking of studio shows, did you see the clip of Terry Bradshaw?
Oh, hey.
Who let Grandpa out of his room?
Hey, we need to start Lee Corsoing Terry Bradshaw. Like, it's long overdue. Like, shout out.
We're past Lee Corso, brother. We got to yell at the guy.
That was
Take him out back. He's done, dude.
That was
my pig dealer, actually.
Even his co-hosts, who I think for the last few years have kind of been trained to protect him, were at a complete loss. They were just
Howie Long said, look at the producers back there.
They legit just looked at him like he was a crazy old
Michael
man.
Strahan's look. That's the one that got me. So the funny thing is, I saw the tweet
and somebody had captioned it, yeah, it's good. It's good that we're getting this real football talk back on these pregame shows. We've been missing it for a long time. And I was like, damn, what did he say? So I was like, let me hear. I saw it a couple times. I saw the screen capture of the clip a couple times. I was like, damn, everybody talking about this. Let me see what he talking about. He really breaking it down. And then I heard what it was, and I died. And then Michael straight.
But the thing that I would worry about more so in Washington is the other day I text Andy Reid, and I got a text back, and I thought it was Andy Reid, but it was some guy selling pigs. But I sounded good. I should have told y'all that, so y'all would have thought I actually talked to Andy Reid, but I didn't really talk to Andy Reid.
I wish you could. I wish you could see the people behind the cameras because they're like
the point is, but the thing.
No, go ahead. Run it one more time. Look at
that. I would worry about more so in Washington is the other day I text Andy Reid, and I got a text back, and I thought it was Andy Reid, but it was some guy selling pigs. But I sounded good. I should have told y'all that, so y'all would have thought I actually talked to Andy Reid, but I didn't really talk to Andy Reid.
I wish you could see the people behind the cameras because they're like
the point is.
Oh man! And forgive me if there's something really wrong with Terry Bradshaw.
Oh no, there is.
If it was just a weird moment, that was hilarious.
Michael Strahan's looking at him like, bro, I was on Good Morning America. Like what am I doing here? What is happening?
Well, it's like, who's going to tell Terry Bradshaw he can't be on the show no more?
Especially Terry is. Him and Howie are the only two originals. When they went to Fox, it was Terry and Howie, and then the other guys.
Yeah,
so he's probably got that.
It was James Brown first.
Mm-hmm. Jimmy Johnson was first.
Jimmy Johnson was there
because that's when they went to the Niners won.
Did
that's
Jimmy
when they went to Barry Switzer? So Jimmy didn't have a job.
Did Jimmy go to Fox and then Miami?
Yeah. Yeah,
and then back to Fox.
Because remember on the doc, it was always awkward when he would criticize the Cowboys.
That's right. That's right.
Because it was really fresh.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I mean, Terry, one of the originals, he probably got one of those things where. Unless he says he wants to stop.
You did it with Lee Corso. You can reduce his role and he still be on TV. Mm-hmm. That's L.A.
Yeah.
You can. I mean, if he lives in L.A., you can still do this.
Terry
just. Maybe not all of the time.
No, Terry was one of those ones too. He never reached the heights of Charles Barkley, but he was in that same.
He was
vein.
Very good. He's very good.
Yeah.
Let's bring in James Ham here. James Ham of the Insiders, kind enough to join us here. Steeler with KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. What do you know about DeMarcus Cousins and Jason Thompson getting in a fight on an airplane?
Oh, I don't know that I've heard that one.
Okay.
But I mean, I remember Dante Green and DeMarcus Cousins getting in a fight in the locker room.
I remember that game.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like I haven't heard that, but I definitely there's some sort of beef now between them. They never really got along, to be honest with you. And, it's one of those things where DeMarcus was on one end of the locker room and Jason Thompson was on the other side of the locker room. Like they didn't see eye to eye most of the time, even though they played alongside each other for quite a bit of time.
DeMarcus doesn't like Jason. I was stunned to learn that yesterday. That was sarcasm. I was not stunned.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all that the beef is still going. Is a bit crazy. But then again, I think that is kind of the way it is with DeMarcus with quite a few people.
Yeah.
Not so much with Jason Thompson. I mean, I always thought Jason Thompson was a very good dude. He wasn't an all-star for sure, but he's a reliable big man that showed up every day, and he worked on his game every summer and worked on his body every summer, and every year he tried to reinvent himself. I just think that sometimes you meet people in life that you don't get along with and you're never going to get along with, and I think that's kind of what we have here.
Do we think DeMarcus could rebound for the Kings? Because they could use somebody to rebound for them.
Maybe.
In the midst of all of this free throw discrepancy and fouling and who did what, who played what, this team, even in the Utah game, Hammer, and this is something I think everyone feared going into the season, they're just getting it handed to them on the boards.
Yeah, they're getting crushed on the glass, and part of it is because Domantas missed the first game, but then the other part is that Keegan Murray is out, and when you lose your top 2 rebounders, you lose almost 21 boards a game right off the jump, and then one of them comes back, but he's just not quite right yet. You're going to have issues. So I think eventually they'll be just fine. They've been one of the better defensive rebounding teams in the league the last 5 years. So I expect them to figure it out. But for right now, the guards have to do a better job of rebounding. And that's everybody. I mean, I think Russell Westbrook has been absolutely as advertised as a rebounder. Watching him fly in for offensive rebounds this last game was crazy. And, he gave them some opportunities, but, a guy like Dylan Cardwell did not make an impact in his 13 minutes rebounding wise. He did in his first game, but not so much last night. And you need these guys to step up and understand that the job is to get to the rebounding glass and, clear out people so guards can get in there and grab rebounds as well. And for right now, it's just going to be a bit awkward until you're able to, bring in, you're able to get Keegan back. Again, I said this the other day, the Kings, most of their position players are bad at rebounding for their position. So Dennis Schroeder is not a good rebounder. Keon Ellis is not a good rebounder. Zach LaVine is below average at this point, and he isn't rebounding at all. What's he got? Maybe 2 or 3 rebounds on the season so far. DeMar DeRozan isn't a natural rebounder, and he's not a natural small forward either. I mean, he played shooting guard for the better part of, the first 15 years of his career. So they're going to have problems with this, especially when you trade away a gigantic 7-footer in Jonas Valanciunas during the offseason. They chose a path here, and it's an undersized team. And unfortunately, with Keegan's injury, it really takes away any size you have on the front line outside of Domas.
You brought up Dylan Cardwell, and I think we've all been pretty pleasantly surprised with his production, being a undrafted guy and at the very least being able to play in these games early in the season and not take a whole lot off the table. Ironically enough, you mentioned the rebounding. You're right. He doesn't really rebound a lot. He's a hustle guy. He works. He gets in there, does the dirty work. But as far as securing the rebounds, that's something that hasn't necessarily been a part of his game since we've seen him. Do you think that's something that you have to just get used to coming into the league and being a guy coming from college that was maybe used to getting rebounds a certain way and now they come a different way in the NBA? Or is that kind of who you might be once you see it?
Yeah, I mean, look at the college level. I don't think people wanted to go anywhere near Dylan Cardwell. He plays the game with a mean streak and with a lot of elbows, and he's a big, strong dude. At the college level, that flies. At the pro level, there is no fear of going up against a guy like Dylan Cardwell, at least not from other big men. I mean, there might be guards who look at him and go, yeah, I don't think I'm going to run in there and see what that kid's got for me. But as far as bigs, they're going to shove you around and he'll make adjustments. I think he'll be a quality rebounder throughout his career, but right off the jump, I mean, you see it with Isaac Jones too. Isaac Jones should be a much better rebounder than he is. And it's just a little bit of, seasoning these guys need and adjustments to the pro game. I think Maxime Reynaud, because he is kind of around the basket and he's, I don't know, a little more of a slinky player. He's not a big built out player. He seems to have found his way to the basket a little bit more for rebounding purposes, but he's also not having a great time rebounding the ball. Yeah, and someone mentions in the chat they really miss Nick Clifford. They do. Like Meek Clifford is a phenomenal rebounder for his position. And if you can get him healthy and you can get Keegan healthy, all of a sudden you have a 3 and 4 that can really go out and board. That might help everything. But again, I think with Cardwell, he just needs time to adapt to the league. He'll be fine. Like, do I ever think he's going to be, a phenomenal, crazy rebounder? No. But like body style wise, he kind of reminds me of Taj Gibson. He just doesn't have the jumper that Taj has.
You mentioned Max there a minute ago. We've seen Max add up a couple of DMPs here, which is something you predicted throughout the season. Excuse me, it's something you predicted throughout the off season. Is rebounding something in its just most basic form? A 7-foot guy, is rebounding something that could get Max on the floor if he could do that at a higher rate or more efficient rate when he's out there?
Oh, yeah, I think so. But, like Kenny kind of mentioned this earlier, I've said it before too. Like Max is a guy who can defend the perimeter. He can shoot the 3. He's a really good passer. Like he's got a really good feel for the game, but he doesn't have like the angry streak that we see from Dylan Cardwell. He doesn't have sort of the refined body that we see from Dylan Cardwell. Like players like that, like Cardwell, like rim runner guys, that's what he did in college. It's what he did as a high school player. And it's easier to translate. It's very, very similar to what I've said about Keon Ellis. Like Keon Ellis is a 3-and-D guy, shoot the 3, defend your position. That's really simple when you get to the pros, and it translates very easy. Max his game doesn't translate nearly as easy. He's got a much higher upside, but he's got a lot of he's got all kinds of talent to his game. And sometimes refining that talent to make it NBA level isn't nearly as easy as you think it is. So he's got a lot of work ahead. But I also think he has a very good chance of being a very good NBA player. It's just going to take some time. Where Cardwell steps on the court, it's like, oh, you want me to do exactly what I did in high school and college? Okay, that's fine. I'll just run up and down the court and be mean to people and set big screens and grab rebounds and swing at the ball when it's in the air. It's like pretty basic what he's asked to do. And that's why I think his transition to the league, at least right now, is much simpler and actually looks pretty easy. The one thing I would caution is he only has 50 games, and the Kings don't have another open roster spot. So he can only play 50 games as a two-way player before you either have to sign him to a contract or just leave him in the G League. And, when you see him in uniform for the first 3 games, that hurts. That's not exactly the best thing, especially for a young player, to be, number one, forced into action before he's ready, but number 2, start eating away at his two-way contract games.
What do they do in that respect? Because I look at guys like Dario Saric and maybe not as much Drew Eubanks. And I'm like, I don't know if these guys can even get on the floor right now. What do you do in that case if you're the Kings? Are you shopping? Are you looking at Cardwell as the guy that maybe you sign to a contract and open up a roster spot so you can sign him? Or do you try to put those other 2 back out there a little bit more, depending on the matchups potentially?
Yeah, I mean, I think Doug has shown already that, the 5th starter right now until Keegan's back is a matchup issue. Like whoever's he's going to throw guys out there. We've had 3 different lineups in 3 different games, and he's going to continue to do that. He's waiting for a group to gel and play so well together that you have to start them. But I don't think that's going to happen. You're probably going to, when you face a team like the Lakers on one night, but 2 days earlier, you face a team like the Jazz who has 3 7-footers. And then 2 days before that, you face a team like the Suns that have a bunch of young big men, but don't really have a natural power forward type stuff. Like the game, the NBA is it's changing from one night to the next for this group. And yeah, I think Isaac Jones, I think Dario Saric, I think Drew Eubanks, they're going to get called on at some point, but they have to play better when they get an opportunity. Isaac Jones specifically needs to look like he fits, like he's ready for the NBA game. Dario Saric needs to look like the NBA game hasn't passed him by. And Drew Eubanks needs to stop doing whatever that hook shot is. That shouldn't happen again. Because as soon as
first pivot,
as soon as he does it, Doug Christie looks over the bench and gets somebody up and says, "Go to the table." Like I don't know what's happening there, but
James, it looks like that Doug has. Excuse me. It looks like Doug has, depth issues at that 4 and 5 position because he has 2 unplayable players at that position in Drew Eubanks and Dario Saric. Saric is terrible, man. Like, I'm so sorry to say that about a professional athlete. Like, he is terrible. And it's like every time he goes out there, it's like, well, cross your fingers. This is gonna be a rocky 2 or 3 minute stretch. It's like when Devin Carter went out there. You're like immediately start holding your breath. And like you can't have 3 or 4 players on your team where you're holding your breath every time they step on the floor. And that's what Doug has. And that's brutal.
That we didn't talk about it much today. But that Devin Carter moment, that'll get you right back on the bench for another 5 straight games. What the unbelievable lack of awareness to what was going on at that time, where you step on the floor and you commit a foul with the Lakers in the bonus already before the ball was even really in bounds. Doug better than me, because I would have snatched him back out right at that moment. I said, "You're not ready. You're not here today. We'll try again next week."
Or here at all.
Well, he did that, and then the play where he got the steal and on the breakaway, it's just such a selfish play, and like, look, if you're not going to buy in for your teammates in that moment, like the game's on the line. Like you need to go out there and whatever minutes you get, you need to carve out for yourself, and you need to play well, and you need to look competent to run down and just, get called for a charge like that. Like, man, what a like killjoy moment too. Just like you're trying to climb back into a game and everything's going all right, and then you get a big steal, and man, it's just so frustrating to watch players who are, like I think Devin, realistically, he's just trying too hard, and it's tough because that's the first time he's seen the floor this season, and he gets like 3 minutes to show that he's got something. And in that 3 minutes, he just leaves you so frustrated with what you just saw. And the only way for him to get better realistically is for the Kings to either play through that stuff and give him enough time to grow as a player, or bail on him. And, unfortunately, I think we're getting closer to that moment than we are to, the Kings like letting go of the rope here and saying, "Hey, just go ahead and you're going to play 15 minutes and go ahead and work it out, and we'll figure it out in the end." I just don't see that as a potential, situation for him here in Sacramento, because before that happens, you got to have, whether it's Dennis Schroeder or Russell Westbrook or Malik Monk or Keon Ellis or Zach LaVine get like long-term injuries, and you probably need like 3 of them before they finally get to you. And so it's just really it's a tough look for a young player, but it's also a really tough situation he's in. So I want to be slightly compassionate here, because he didn't mean to come in there and he was trying to be physical, but if he was watching the game up until that moment, he would have understood that that's not how the refs were calling it. So, you know what I mean?
It's
made
just
the
awareness. Like that's what Katie was saying. I get you're trying to make a play, you're trying to be a spark, you're trying to win minutes, you're trying to do all of these things. You have to do that under the confines of being aware of what's going on the floor. Like that's the difficult part about being a bench player, especially one with sporadic minutes like that. You can't zone out. You can't get lost. You have to understand every play that is happening on the floor that you're not involved in. And he stepped out on the floor unaware of anything. It felt like he was unaware of anything. And as you mentioned, Hammer, the way the game was being called.
Yeah, it was like he got bullpen pitcher, and they went to the bullpen with the bases loaded, and he didn't watch the entire game, and the guy's not calling the high strike. And then he comes out and throws 4 high strikes and gets 4 balls, and like, hey, what just happened? What happened was you didn't watch the game that was going on. You didn't do the homework beforehand before you stepped on the court. So I want to give him a little bit of patience here because, like, look, he hasn't got to play that much. I thought he improved as summer league went on. I thought he even improved a little bit as the season went on last year. But we're talking about a kid who, missed all of his training camp, all of his first half of his rookie season. And, we want to kind of pile on here, but he's still, by games played, he's still a rookie. And he knows what he's up against. He knows he's out of the rotation. He knows that he sat the first 2 games with DNP CDs. So at some point when you do get that opportunity, you need to calm down and relax and settle into a game. But I also think he thinks his way to get on the court is to hit a bunch of threes and to score a bunch. And that's not how he's going to get on the court, because that's not how Dylan Cardwell's got on the court. Dylan Cardwell is on the court because the Kings have 4 other scorers with him at all times. Just go out there and
energy too.
Yeah, just go out there and do your job.
He got that block shot in the first or second quarter and walked straight into the crowd, got the crowd hyped up. Like he had energy. Like, I get the rawness to his game and his time on the court, but even in these, he played 13 minutes last night. Make it more and dump Eubanks and Saric and just let Dylan go out there. We talk about guys figuring out. Let Dylan go figure it out.
Yeah.
Like, I see what he brings. Like, there's a lot of things that he's got to get better at. But like, I can see it. Let me watch him play.
Well, and I told you guys early on, like, I thought Neek would be the guy who got to play and the other guys wouldn't, right? Because a team like the Kings, who have a bunch of veterans, you're going to filter in a young player, but you don't typically filter in 2 or 3 young players. But with Neek Clifford getting injured, it's kind of opened a door for the Kings to maybe hand some minutes to a young player and let him grow through those through those plays. And so Cardwell is going to get some of that time right now. And I'm with you. Like, he's different. He's different than any other player you have. So it's okay to like see how it looks. And I would like to see him and Monk, try to get into a 2-man game, because I think he can be a lob threat. I also, you see players directing him on the court. You see his teammates, like, he's shoving him and saying, go down to the baseline, go hide in the dunker spot, or go hide in the corner. You can see they're having to direct him. So there's a little bit of learning this going on while this is happening, but that's to be expected. I mean, again, he's an undrafted free agent rookie 2-way player. Like, that's a lot. Like, when your descriptor is that long, that's usually means that you get to sit and watch a lot of basketball. You don't get to go play a lot of basketball. So good on Cardwell for making an impact. And hey, I thought through the preseason, he was phenomenal through the preseason, and that he earned every minute that he's getting right now.
Yeah, 100%. Let's talk about the guy that he's backing up right now, and he's had a couple of tough games, Domantas Sabonis. Amber, I'll just ask you, what are you seeing out there with Domas?
I just think he's out of rhythm after missing time. And I also, I'm not sure what the idea is right now with them. Like, if you go back and listen throughout training camp and even, like when we did media day and stuff, Domas was pretty clear that he didn't understand why they were going to pick up 94 feet all the time. Like, there's a little bit of, hey, what are we doing here? Because I don't think I'm down with that. And now we get into the season and, like, I don't understand the usage. Like, when Kyle said his usage earlier was like under 14, like, what are you doing here? Because this, if you're going to run a small lineup, like, use the big man to set screens, use him as, the high usage player that he is to do the dribble handoff game, to do the pick and roll game, get people in space. Like, there isn't a lot of ways for this team to function offensively without the ball, just like without it being ISO ball. And one of the true ways to get away from ISO ball is to give the ball to Sabonis and let him orchestrate. And so far, I haven't seen that. And they talked about moving around a bunch and giving him looks from this angle and that angle. I think that's nice and all in training camp and sometimes in preseason. Typically, when you get into regular season, though, guys go exactly to where they're normally comfortable. And we're watching Domas kind of in the same areas he's been in the last couple of years. And I would like to see him get back to who he is, because that's the pathway out of this thing for the Kings right now, is to figure out a way to get Domas involved and have him orchestrate everything. I think there is a lot of playmaking on this team, but sometimes there's too much playmaking. And as of right now, it just looks like a bunch of individual playmakers and not really a team yet. And you're waiting for that something to galvanize these guys, and that something might be Domas.
My bad. Real quick. So essentially, if Domas doesn't have the basketball, he can't be effective.
Well, no, I mean, this is a guy that averaged 8 assists a game 2 years ago, averaged 6 assists per game last year, 6 assists the year before. No, I mean, he can still be effective, but like, this is one-on-one basketball. Like, they're not passing the ball to Domas in a pick and roll situation. They're like, this is just a whole bunch of ISO basketball that we're watching. I mean, every possession, that's what it looks like. I mean, I don't think the team can function unless they start playing through one specific player. And the closest thing to that type of orchestrator that you have is Domas. So.
Then the shooter found a way to get 12 assists.
Yeah, guys hit their shots. They hit 18 threes. Yeah, he did. But he also, the first 2 games, turned the ball over 4 times in the first quarter, both games. And he couldn't figure it out either, and didn't have any assists. And so, like, this team, quite a few of them are trying to figure out how they fit. Where I think the one guy who really is just walking in the door and looking phenomenal is Malik Monk, because Monk is asked to do the same thing he's always done. Just go in there and go crazy, like, be yourself. And for that matter, I think Russ is asked do the same thing. Just go be yourself. Everyone else is a little tentative, except for probably Levine. Levine's been really good.
Maybe some of those guys don't know who they are. Maybe Domas is one of them. Maybe Domas doesn't know who he is.
In this system, I think there's a lot of that. Like, he doesn't know who he is in this system and what they're trying to do. I think that there is some confusion and, like, some sort of feeling out period here that they're going through.
We'll come back. We'll talk more about Domas. I want to mention this real quick so it doesn't slip my mind. I'm sure everyone has seen Anthony Edwards is out. Will be reevaluated in 2 weeks. The Minnesota Timberwolves are here in 13 days. So it looks like the list of stars that are missing their trip to the Golden One Center is adding up, as we didn't see Luka Doncic last night. We didn't see LeBron James last night. And it doesn't look like we're going to see Anthony Edwards on November 9th either, when the Minnesota Timberwolves are here. Just thought I'd point that out. Other home games between now and then will be Golden State when the team returns 1 week from Wednesday, and then Oklahoma City will be here. So we'll come back. We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings, what went wrong yesterday. Maybe we'll talk a little bit about what went right on Friday, as the Sacramento Kings sit at 1-2 as they embark on their first road trip of the season here. It's Dylan with Casey, along with our insider from the Insiders. It's James Ham on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. You're having a day over there, aren't you?
Oh, they're gone. They're both gone.
Your Casey's life is just falling apart.
I was like, man, I hope my feet don't sticking up, but it was gonna get even messier if I kept the shoes on. This is crazy. Got the whole part coming off now.
Man.
Yeah. That's tough. If I kept the shoes, I'm gonna be like Jesse said, walking home with a hole in my sock.
That's really how you're just gonna have to walk down the stairs.
That's funny.
You imagine getting to your front door today and you have no shoes on? Like, how did you go to work with shoes and come back with none on?
Oh man! Shout out to my man Mario Restores. I'm gonna have to holler at him. Shout out to everybody. Yeah, man, come on. It's a rough day.
I think you're gonna have to find Miracle Mario. I don't think Mario Restores can help you out there, Kenny.
So James, you'd be amazed what these people can do with these shoes nowadays.
Yeah,
Like,
it's pretty
they get
crazy.
shoes like this, and they bring them back to you looking like you got them out the store.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy. This looks like a mess.
What the hell? The Indiana Pacers are signing Mac McClung to a multi-year contract.
Multi-year contract.
Well, that just means a 2-year deal with the whole thing will be non-guaranteed with a team option.
He was getting G League invites. G League contracts. No, David Garcia. No, these are some nice little Nike socks. Get them a pack of 6 for I don't know, $25 maybe.
Oh wow, the Pacers are waiving James Wiseman, so they can sign Mac McClung. There it is, right there. The answer to everyone's prayers.
James Wiseman, a year removed from tearing his Achilles.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Dope boy Bush. The shoes died on me. Died a good soldier though. Died a good soldier. The souls did. As I was going to work, as I was walking into the building today. That's the crazy part. Everything was good, and I'm walking to the building and ain't good no more. Tonight is the first time they have the Peacock exclusive doubleheader.
I saw that. Yeah, Detroit and Cleveland start.
Mm-hmm. And then actually, because it's a Sega Baba tomorrow for the Kings. Well, the Thunder are playing in the second game tonight, so they'll be on a Sega Baba.
Is YouTube TV really going to lose ESPN?
No.
I think they got till Halloween to figure it out.
They better figure it out.
They always do this stuff. Yeah, everyone gets in fights and then they eventually let go and sign everybody back.
YouTube better be the ones to figure it out, because ESPN we don't have to do anything.
Russ staring at Jake LaRavia after he crossed him over was one of my favorite. Too. Come back, James. Russ, I'll say this, man. My boy gave me a lot of reasons to cheer last night.
Oh, he was on one last night. I loved it. I loved seeing it last night.
Looking off Jake LaRavia was terrific after the crossover. We're back here with our man James Ham, trying to talk through some of these Kings issues. Kings did win a game, by the way.
They did, yeah.
It wasn't yesterday. It was Friday. And I don't know that this, given the fact that they're 2-1 or 1-2, excuse me, I don't know that this makes everyone feel better. They beat the Jazz 105-104. I was like, we almost lost to the Jazz by, it's we're one play away from being 0-3. Like, oh, yeah, that's probably true. But the Kings did a win. They did again. They were out rebounded, just like they have been in all 3 games that they played. but they got the play that they needed late. James, you mentioned this a few minutes ago. Malik has been stellar to start this season. And Zach LaVine has been absolutely terrific. If this team wins basketball games, Zach LaVine is an all-star. I don't know that they're going to win enough games for him to get that consideration, but he's off to a pretty incredible start with 31 in that Friday night win.
Yeah, I mean, he just keeps plugging away. We talked about this last year where there's some crazy number of games that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander scored exactly 31 points. And Zach has gone, 30, 32, and 31. I mean, it's just super impressive how consistent he's been. His 3-point shot is a little off from where it was last year just to start. But I expect him to continue this. He's such a phenomenal scorer. And if they can start getting into these 2-man games with him and Domas, I think that can, we saw it in preseason. I don't know why we're not seeing it so far in the regular season. But he's a guy who just seems to be able to create for himself. And, it's not a bunch of wasted motion. When he decides he's going to go, he goes. The one downfall is that, all the other aspects of the game. I think he's been okay defensively. He's been better defensively than he has been in previous years. But he's averaging 0.7 assists and 2.7 rebounds. They could use him to do a little bit more. He's yet to pick up a steal on the season. And the Kings are actually averaging 11 steals per game, which is pretty incredible. But to go out there and not have a steal, and to not really have any assists, that's a little tough. So I hope that he starts filling up the box score a little bit. But he's just so talented as a scorer. I guess if that's what you're going to get, that's fine.
More about this game last night, Hammer. I was talking earlier about how I feel like Malik Monk should have closed that game out instead of Keon Ellis. I understand the thought process, or at least I believe I understand the thought process of what Doug Christie might have been thinking in that moment. But Malik Monk played well for you in the first 2 games, started to play well in that game, and for him to get no minutes in the fourth quarter, I thought that was a miss by Doug last night. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's interesting that Malik got 0 minutes because he was so impactful early. And look, if there's one player that's trying to play Doug's style, that it's not natural to him, but you can see that he's trying, it's Malik. I mean, he's already taken 3 charges on the season already. And he's had, I think, 2 others where he could have got a charge, but instead was either a no call or it went the other way. He's at least trying to do what Doug wants him to do. Last night he had 2 steals and 2 blocks. I think he's really, really been excellent to open the season. It is, he just has to go out there and play his natural role. And so the transition for him, I think, is probably as easy as it is for anyone on this team to go out there and go, okay, I know what my job is, go get the ball and go do crazy things with it and score. Again, I think there is a numbers crunch. I would have liked to have seen him play in the fourth. I understand why they went with Keon initially. Keon fouled out relatively early, and I mean, there's a couple of minutes left in the fourth, so I was kind of surprised they didn't go to Monk then when Keon did foul out. But then again, look at the matchups. The Lakers were going pretty big in the backcourt, and nobody on that team was stopping Austin Reeves. I didn't look to see either individual defense. Who was it that got cooked by Reeves? Multiple players got cooked by him, but who let off, gave him just that little bit of space that allowed him to shoot the 3 up and over the top, because that happened a couple of times. I would have liked to have seen him play down the stretch.
I'm trying to think. I know he hit 2 or 3 shots, but the problem is nobody really got cooked by Austin Reeves. He's at the free throw line for a lot of the night. You know what I mean? We mentioned it.
The officials got cooked by Austin Reeves.
Right. We mentioned
the fans got cooked. Yeah, nobody wanted to watch that.
At one point, he was, I think it was 5 of 16 from the field, but had made, I think at that time, about 15, 16 free throws. So
he started to hit. I know for sure he had 3. He had like 2 threes, and then he had the runner over Sabonis in that fourth quarter. But a lot of the damage was from beyond the arc. Yeah, he was from the free throw line. He was 4 or 5 in that fourth quarter, 3 or 4 from beyond the arc. That's a good quarter, 4 or 4 from the free throw line.
Yeah, 6 of 10 from 3 on the night. And I mean, I don't remember the last time I saw someone score 51 points on 22 shots. So, I mean, I think they should name the free throw line at Golden One the Austin Reeves Memorial Free Throw Line
for the cure.
Yeah.
Cure. By the way, because
you don't even get it, man. What are you talking about?
No, I do.
James gets it.
No,
Jesse gets it. You don't even get it.
I was there for the cure. I was there when it happened.
I saw you out in the rain on Saturday. Abby texted me. She was out at the walk.
Oh, she was?
She was like, "Hey,
Shout
KC,
out,
no
Abby.
D-Lo."
Yeah.
Out there,
so
emceeing in the rain.
I'm glad I was able to do that. That was really cool.
It was a
really
suicide prevention walk.
They were really special. But it got presented to me by Mark, because Mark said a couple months, he goes, "Hey, KC, I heard you emceed this event last year. Did you want to do it again this year?" I said, "Me?" He's like, "Yeah." It's like, "Mark, I didn't MC that event last year, but I'll do it. I'll help if you want me to help out." He's like, "Oh, okay." But I was glad I was able to get out there. That was a special event, and hopefully we can do a lot more with them again next year when they do some stuff.
Very good.
I wanted to update us because it seems like something.
Your shoes?
DOA.
Okay.
DOA.
All right.
Peacock has the exclusive doubleheader tonight.
Mm-hmm.
They have the pregame show on. Mello is on right now.
Okay.
He's got a button-up shirt.
Okay.
And like a cardigan sweater.
Buttoned all the way to the top.
All the way to the top. No tie still.
Okay.
But it looks different than it did the other day when he had the jacket on and the quarter zip.
Yeah.
It didn't look the same. Today, it's a little bit more in line with Vince and T-Mac, who have suits on.
See, so that's the thing is, like, we've all got to kind of wear the same things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you and I were wearing suits and James was wearing his hoodie, it'd look weird, right? Like, Good Morning Football works because they all kind of dress the same way. Like, it's a casual look. If Manti Te'o was up there in a suit, it'd be weird, but he's not. So as long as there's some synergy, because otherwise it just pulls you off the screen and makes Carmelo looks like he's a guest. Like, oh, that's nice. Carmelo went to the table.
Oh, he stopped by today.
He stopped by today.
Hey, like behind the scenes, like just so people know, if you're behind the set at NBC, they have blocks. They have these boxes. So they're about, I don't know, a foot wide and 2 feet. Well, yeah, a foot wide and 2 feet long. And they range in height between like 4 and 6. And then there's even like probably a 10-inch box. And that's how we level the hosts and the guests behind. So like when it's me and Doug and Jim Kozamore, Koz would be on like,
because Koz is 4'5".
He's probably on a foot of boxes, and I'm on like a 4-inch box. So I'm at least like somewhat, in the ballpark of Doug's height. Mm-hmm. And then one time I stacked all of the boxes on Koz's side while he wasn't paying attention. So when we went to go live, he climbed up and he was like 8 feet tall. But that's sort of the magic of TV and why everybody needs to you need to look like relatively the same height. Mm-hmm. Like it doesn't have to match completely, but at least so you're in the ballpark. I don't know.
Unless you're Brian Windhurst standing next to Boban, and then they're going to make you look as ridiculously small as possible.
Hey, that was me standing next to Katie on the night the pandemic hit and the world shut down. Like
James looking up like, so Katie, like, when do you think we're gonna play basketball again?
Like, can you please not wear the 6-inch.
I was going to say,
heels.
Katie always wears heels too.
Yeah.
Like and Katie's a tall woman. There are some tall women who, we talked about this before, they shy away from being tall. They walk kind of like leaned over. Katie does not.
No.
Katie walks completely upright and then adds 6 inches to her height with her heels.
Yeah.
Yeah, in
not afraid of her height.
shoes, I'm a little bit over 6 foot tall, so but standing next to her and she's wearing heels, and I mean she's at least 6'7" or 6'8" in the heel she was wearing. It was like, yeah, it's a little odd, but that's okay. We survived.
We made it.
I heard someone reference 6'7" and they just acknowledged, I don't know what this means.
No one does.
I think it might have been on a football game. I can't remember what I was watching. They're like, oh, you're just going to say 6'7" without saying it the proper way? And they go 6'7". I don't know what this means. I just want the trend to die.
6'7" is the phrase of 2025.
Now everybody's trying to get the In-N-Out Burger video or the 6'7" announcement where they can film it. It's awful. Our society's dead.
We love it. We gotta love it.
6'7" killed us. They're heading out on the road now, Hammer. We've got their first road trip of the season. Of course, they opened up on the road, but they came right back home for 2 after that. Now they've got an actual road trip that starts with Oklahoma City tomorrow. And then as part of their first road trip, they'll get their first back-to-back as we got OKC and Chicago coming up. You mentioned this earlier. I don't know what the matchup play is for Oklahoma City at the 4 position. I actually wonder if they're going to put Keon back out there. We speculated on that for a month or however long it's been since Keegan's been injured. And I have no clue what Doug is going to do tomorrow.
No, I mean, I think we're probably going to see a starting lineup that includes Isaac Jones or Drew Eubanks or someone tall. Maybe Dylan Cardwell. Like, who knows? Like
We're literally at the point Doug's just starting a tall guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you have to because they start 2 legit 7-footers, one of which has he can tie your shoes from across the room. Like Chet has some of the longest arms ever.
Chet.
I would like to see Domas, on Chet to start, and instead of him having to go up against Harkenstein. I just think it's a quality matchup. He can push Chet around. Chet will get him with a block or 2, but still, I think he's he's probably a better matchup there. So I would not doubt that we see something like a Cardwell or something starting alongside Domas.
James, I talked earlier about maybe just, I know it's tough times and you're trying to do what you can until you get Keegan Murray back or trade or whatever. But I do think people understanding what their role is going to be from game to game matters in certain instincts in certain situations. And you go to Isaac Jones, for instance, starting at the 4, even if he's not going to play like big minutes, it allows Keon Ellis to know, all right, my role is going to be coming off the bench. My role is going to be 4, 5, 6 minutes into the game. I'll get in and I'll do my thing. Not, last week I came off the bench, last game I came off the bench and everything was great, but today they need me to start, and do I need to prepare a different way? I'm playing with different people. I would just start having, and my pick would be Isaac Jones. I would just have Isaac Jones starting at that 4 until Keegan Murray came back, and let everybody start to fall into a role and to a way to get ready to get into these games.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the biggest thing that I'm seeing right now. Again, look at the box score. The box score tells you that the Kings had a really good game. You have 15 off the bench from Monk, 18 off the bench from Westbrook. You had 18 and 12 from Schroeder. You got 32 out of Zach LaVine. You had, another 21-point game or whatever it was out of DeMar DeRozan. Like, if I showed you all those stats, you would have thought they won handily. Mm-hmm. The problem is they look like a collection of really good individual players. They are not a team yet at all. And so until they figure out that portion of it, it's going to look like this, where guys aren't fitting into natural roles. I don't know how you clear up the role issue, though. I don't, because for as much as you wanted to see Malik Monk play in the fourth quarter, and we could have debated on who should have played in the fourth and all that stuff. Like, how many shots did DeMar DeRozan take in the fourth quarter? And the one thing we know about DeMar is he's one of the great closers in the game. And in a highly contested game, you had, a guy that has been one of the most reliable scorers in the fourth. He goes 0 for 3 and doesn't score at all in the fourth quarter. Now, again, you could say, well, he didn't hit his shots, but in past years, that's not what happens. Like, DeMar gets, if he misses his first 4, he probably is going to hit his next 3, and he's going to shoot 7 shots in the fourth, and that's kind of like a guarantee. I don't even think they know who's the closer. You have your closing lineup, but who's your closer in the closing lineup? I don't think they know that right now.
I don't even think they have a closing lineup.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, I think you have Zach, Domas, and DeMar, and everything else.
No Dennis. I mean, Dennis has been out there. Yeah. I mean, one game it was Monk. Yeah, I am surprised to go back and see that Monk had no minutes in the fourth at all. So that's surprising, because in the moment, I'm not really paying attention to who exactly isn't on the court. I understood why Keon was. He hadn't played a bunch in the game because he kept getting ticky-tack fouls every time he turned around. And then, when he got back in the game, it was like, okay, I know he's there to try to stop or slow down Austin Reeves. It's not happening, and it didn't happen. But I at least understood why he was in there initially. But it just didn't go the way that they hoped.
And you understand it to be like what he can do on the defensive end.
Yeah,
I just felt like it wasn't his night. I just did, like, the way that the game started, like he was in he couldn't get in a rhythm because of the way that the game went, and Malik was as best he could be in a rhythm, and it should have been Malik, but I don't know what that would have meant. It's not like, oh, if the Kings would have won if they played Malik. I have no idea what would have happened. Could have been worse defensively. I don't know. I just didn't feel like they were getting stops at that check-in point. I think it was 4:48. I didn't think they were getting stops there. I just thought they stopped hitting shots. So if you're not getting stops, get someone in there who could get shots up with you. Go stop with them if you have to, and maybe you stumble across that one stop. I'll take it.
I get, though, trying to do a defensive matchup, especially when you have all the other scorers on the court. Like,
Sure.
I think Doug has shown the willingness to try anything. I mean, watching Dylan Cardwell finish the opener was like stunning. Like, he was in the last 5 minutes of the game. It's like, hey, well, it gives me the best opportunity to win. And so I appreciate that so far. Like, people are on Twitter, like, he's not making adjustments. It's like, when the hell are you talking about? Like, he played 14 players last night. Or at least he played 12 players last night. But we're 3 games into the season. He's already played 14 players up. And that's all you have healthy and ready to play. And of those 14, like, they've all played, almost all of them have played multiple games, and he's given them opportunities. And that's just somebody who's, and not only that, but all of the games have been really close. It's not like it's a blowout and you're running Maxine Reynaud and Dylan Cardwell out there for 18 minutes from the mid-third quarter on, because the game's already over.
Just real quick, Casey, Drew Eubanks, Isaac Jones, Dario Saric, and Devin Carter, they all played minutes last night. They all played under 5 minutes last night. That is just reaching, just like trying to like figure something out.
Yeah.
With your lineup, and we talk about this team gelling together. We talk about this team, coming together, not having everything figured out yet 3 games in. I think it's fair and perfectly okay to say Del Christie doesn't have everything figured out 3 games in either.
That's fair.
He may have figured some things out last night, but I don't. I think he keeps getting put in a position. Okay, well, we're gonna try this. Sorry, coach, can't. Neek's out for a week. Oh, okay. Well, we'll try this then. Sorry, can't, coach. Isaac is sick. Try again. And it's well, Domas is back. Okay, great. But you're gonna have to figure out something else at the 4th spot. So it's just a constant cycle of things changing for Doug, and all the while he's trying to navigate it and figure out how to win games in his first season as the full-time official head coach of the Sacramento Kings.
Well, would you look at this? Once again, he's trying to figure it out, fix the plane in the air.
God damn it.
How'd this plane get off the ground?
Remind me to never fly with Doug. Do not, if you're at Sacramento International, you see Doug Christie, get on your plane, just take the next flight. Because Doug gonna be out there trying to fix the landing gear or some wheels or something.
And he's not a plane mechanic. I hope people understand that. That's not his real job, is to be a plane mechanic.
Oh, I know what the anniversary was. It was him punching Doug Christie.
What?
Rick
That's
Fox?
what it was.
I saw that the other day too.
Yeah. Doug Christie punching
Yeah.
Rick Fox. Yeah, that's what, like, it popped up. We were talking earlier. Casey mentioned some like anniversary that came up on his page. I was like, something came up on mine that we were watching, and it's significant, but I can't remember what it was. It was Doug punching Rick Fox. October 25th.
That was
Happy
a good
anniversary to all those that celebrate.
2002.
If Doug over the next 5 years, and I'm not talking about here, if Doug over the next 5 years won an NBA championship, would that still be his defining moment as Doug Christie punching Rick Fox?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That is a defining moment in NBA history.
Yeah.
Adam Silver should have Rick Fox on stage, handing him the trophy so he can punch Rick Fox again right then.
Wow.
Adam Silver needs
The
to
look of
figure
shock.
a lot of things out.
The look of shock on Rick Fox's face when he realized Doug uppercutted him is amazing.
Yeah.
Like it's that straight, like he just punched me.
Don't you know how pretty I am? You don't.
He doesn't
punch me.
even react. He's like, punched me. Like, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna run around the back of this stadium. That's what I'm gonna do.
It's on popping. Little did he
Shaq.
know
And get
was
roughed
there.
up by Jackie and Al
Yeah.
Biacani until
Yeah.
Shaq arrives and throws Al Biacani out of the way.
Yeah.
Jesse's telling us to end the show. We got World Series coverage up next. We will see you tomorrow beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Vlad Jr.
Oh, nice job, everybody. What if Doug punched JJ to win the Western Conference Finals? That'd be terrific. JJ's very punchable.
Yeah. Oh, he was pissed last night when he got that.
Oh, JJ.
He got that the call reversed on Domas. He was yelling and screaming before that for that call. He was challenging that right off the bat.
That was such a nitpicky call, too.
We don't get like a bunch of replays, so I don't get to see a lot of what actually happens. Like even the Cardwell one late, I had no idea that it was that blatant.
Well, the Cardwell one was right in front of us, and it was like, yo, what is that?
Yeah.
And they saw it quick, too, because Doug walked right out on the floor, twirling his hand in the air.
Doug got pissed off that he had to even challenge.
Yeah, Doug got agitated a couple of times last night.
Well, I think that's when it gets to a point where it just feels like it's so lopsided. And then, and again, the guy who walks up to the mic and all of a sudden he's got like a Southern draw and like, huh, haven't heard this guy ever before. That's weird.
All right, guys, we're going to run. Have a great day. Appreciate you as always. Hit the thumbs up before you go, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully with no technical